Chapter 14-15. Li Chenglong did not hesitate, and immediately made a decision. The original 6 groups will remain unchanged. The 6 groups moved separately and did their own things. In this march, there was already a clear direction, and each group had to face strong opponents that could not be ignored. So far, there was a certain degree of cooperation. Li Chenglong did not intend to mess up and redistribute the groups. At this time, regrouping would only reduce the strength of the troops. Hearing Li Chenglong's words, the few commanders nodded. Form a triangular battle formation. Double star formation. Pai Bao. Present. For this battle, you will be free to move around outside the battle circle. Your only mission is to kill no less than 100 high-level dragon, phoenix, and Qilin cultivators. At the same time, try your best to avoid exposing yourself. Yes, commanders, you will still be in charge of your own commands. At the same time, pay attention to your own safety, and avoid the enemy's strategy of killing the commanders. Yes, the left and right heavenly kings will be out of command and form the dagger team. Together with Lord Bai Yun Duo, they will focus on killing the enemy's experts. The commanders and deputy commanders were all military experts who were familiar with military formations. In terms of commanding the troops, they were indeed more proficient than the left and right heavenly kings. Although the left and right heavenly kings were like commanders-in-chief, in this kind of battle, the clash of high-level combatants was the first guarantee of the victory of the army. Li Chenglong's arrangement was truly making the best use of everything and everyone's talents. Yes, Qin Sha swordsman, you will also prioritize killing the enemy's experts. Yes, Emperor Lord Changtian, you two will go together. Yes, Yu Moyan Diguyan Li Zhangming, Yuyan the 4 of you will be in a group. Li Qingming's Great Dream Divine Technique will be the point of attack. Yuyan will be in charge of protecting Li Qingming. When the enemy slackens, Yu Moyan will attack and Diguyan will assist. Yes, Xiang Chong, Xiang Bing, Zhan Xuejuan, the 3 of you will be in a group. Focus on unleashing Zhan Xuejuan's explosive power. Yes, Uncle Wu Taijiang, you will be in charge of the army and deploy the military equipment. Alright, I will be in charge of commanding the middle troops and coordinating with the 4 directions. Everyone, please act according to your orders and change the formation. Do not slack off. Yes, the sharp saber force. When you need to form up and kill the enemy, you must return immediately and serve as the front line of your army. You must be both the sharpest spear and the sharpest shield. Get into formation. In less than 3 minutes, the 2 triangular formations had already formed and were ready to go. For the sake of safety, Li Chenglong did not choose to go all in. He even kept a portion of his reserve troops to deal with any unexpected changes. The marshals were full of praise for Li Chenglong's tactical adjustments. Even if it was him, he wouldn't be able to do any better. In particular, the arrangement of the top combatants was even more ingenious. Even Dongfang Xingyang nodded in agreement. If it were them, it would be easy for them to command an army. However, they would not be able to command the Emperor, Sword Emperor and Qin Sha. Some even didn't dare to open their mouths. After all, the respect they had for tens of thousands of years was ingrained in their bones. However, Li Chenglong did not feel that way at all. He had the clearest understanding of a military advisor. Even if you are a saint in my army, you are just a pawn under me. You must obey my orders. That was a military formation. Li Chenglong spoke faster and faster. In this battle, our real disadvantage is our overall strength. Our overall strength is much weaker than the enemy's. However, we also have an advantage, and that is the military formation and the art of war. The battle formation that integrates the combat strength of the soldiers is our advantage. The command mode that follows orders is our biggest help. The enemy's individual strength is undeniable. However, when it comes to fighting as a team, it can be said that they are like scattered sand. Obviously, they have not gone through any unified battle formation training. Therefore, we must maintain this advantage and make full use of it. Li Chenglong said word by word. When an ordinary army encountered a super-class expert, what was the only way to protect themselves? It was the battle formation. It was to use the advantage of numbers to share and unload the part of the force that was beyond their capacity, using this to resist and even destroy the enemy. There is no need to say anything more. However, I still request that before the casualties exceed half of our numbers, the military formation cannot be disrupted. The formation cannot be scattered. This is the only thing that you ordinary soldiers can rely on to kill the enemy and save your lives. If the formation of 10,000 men is broken, you can still form another formation of 5,000 men. If 5,000 men are broken, you can still form another formation of 3,000 men. Even if the formation falls below 100 men, you can still form 72 men, 81 men, 36 men. All kinds of formations. For the astral soul's continent, for your brothers, for your wives, children, and families, everyone, even if you are in a desperate situation, do not give up. Self-destruction is the only way to survive under 10,000 deaths. Do not be too impulsive. Li Chenglong said loudly. In the past 3 years, the astral soul's continent's human soldiers had trained the most in killing formations. This was also the only method that Li Chenglong had painstakingly found that could allow a low-level army to fight against a high-level expert. After 3 years of training, it was impossible for the flood which to destroy an army of 8,000 men with a single hammer to happen again. As long as they didn't panic and the battle formation didn't disperse, with the combined strength of 8,000 people, even if they were facing a super powerful battle force like the Flood Witch, they still had room to fight back. In the worst case, under the protection of the formation, they wouldn't collapse in an instant. As long as they could hold on for a while, there would be room for maneuvering. At this moment, the bugle call for the charge was blown. Li Chenglong waved his hand and said, "Let's fight." Without giving the Dragon, Phoenix, and Qilin races a chance to reorganize their formations, the Astral Soul's continent's army charged forward in 2 huge triangular formations. The left and right heavenly kings, Celestial Emperor Zhaixing, Lei Changtian, Sword Sovereign Qin Sha, and other top experts of the Astral Souls, were at the tip of the triangle. With such an extreme attack, it was obvious that they wanted to use their strongest strength to forcefully tear apart the outer wings of the Dragon and Phoenix races. It was like a hot knife cutting into frozen butter. A fierce battle immediately began. This attack could be said to be the only advantage that the Astral Soul's continent's army could take advantage of in Li Chenglong's calculations. It was also the biggest advantage, under the premise that they had to fight before they could fully determine the opponent's strength. Taking the initiative to attack, while the opponent was still in a stable position, could be said to be the most advantageous tactic. The next best situation was naturally to separate the 2 wings of the opponent's army and use the power of the military formation to gradually encroach on them. Of course, this was the most ideal situation. It could also be said to be wishful thinking. Li Chenglong was very clear that this move might be able to disrupt the opponent's current formation and could also cause a certain amount of damage. However, it was too wishful thinking to achieve the ultimate goal of encroaching on the opponent's army. What he hoped for was to be able to see how much of the opponent's strength he could reduce after this temporary advantage at the beginning of the battle. He could then use this to calculate the opponent's strength level. Of course, if the number of people he could reduce in this wave of attack was satisfactory, it might be slightly easier in the future. However, if the number of people he reduced was too little, then the following battle was destined to be cruel. The Astral Soul's continent's army, even with the support of the military formation, would find it difficult to hold on, let alone gain the upper hand. Strength was the absolute truth, and the absolute truth was obviously not on the side of the Astral Soul's continent's humans. Therefore, Li Chenglong's biggest hope was actually not on the battlefield in front of him, but on the reinforcements. Li Chenglong did not have much hope for Zhuo Changlu and Wu Yuding's team. Against the army of the demon race, led by the demon ancestor Luo Ho, if Uncle Zhuo's team could maintain the situation and stall the enemy, it would be a great victory that was beyond his imagination. After all, the demon ancestor's thunderous attack had brought too much shock to the powerhouses on the continent of the Astral Souls. It was almost like a nightmare. Zhuo Changlu and his wife's cultivation had improved greatly. Otherwise, they would not have the confidence to fight against the demon ancestor at all. The real backup that Li Chenglong was looking forward to was on Zhuo Xiaoduo's side. They had been partners for a long time. Before they set off, they had already discussed that they must finish off the Azura army as soon as possible, and then return as fast as possible to reinforce Shangjing. The faster the better. Whether or not they could hold on in this battle, and whether or not there would be any humans on the continent of the astral souls after the war, all depended on Zhuo Xiaoduo and Zhuo Xiaoyan's speed in finishing off the enemy. However, even so, Li Chenglong was not very confident. Although the Nether River Patriarch was the weakest of the three battlefields in his calculation, it was not easy for Zhuo Xiaoduo and Zhuo Xiaoyan to finish off the Nether River Patriarch and the hundreds of millions of soldiers behind him as soon as possible. Such a large-scale war of extermination could not be finished in a short time, even if it did not last for a long time. Li Chenglong was confident that the battle on his side could last for a day and a night without collapsing. As for more than that, he could only rely on luck. One day and a night was not easy to win. Such a strategic goal, and that was Li Chenglong's promise with Zhuo Xiaoduo, gave him more confidence. If it had been anyone else, they might not have been able to hold on. After all, the overall strength difference between the two sides was too great. Kill! Kill! Both sides let out an earth-shaking roar. The troops on both sides began to charge. The astral souls were one step ahead, but the dragon race was not to be outdone. With a loud bang, they collided with one another. At that moment, the sky temporarily darkened. Then countless human heads, dragon heads, deer heads, and lion heads could be seen flying into the air. Countless severed limbs floated in the air like raindrops. Fresh blood seemed to have opened a hole in the sky and connected to the Nether River Patriarch's blood river as it flowed down, that as the battle between the two sides began, waves of blood instantly filled the sky. Roars and screams joined together. From the beginning of the battle, one's ears had basically lost their function. Tens of millions of people shouted in unison, and the sound of battle rumbled around them. It was truly a deafening feeling. Many people with lower cultivation were even knocked unconscious by the huge sound waves. Their brains and souls were shattered, and they were turned into lifeless zombies. Then, under the vibration of the sound waves and the trampling of enemies or allies, they were naturally reduced to dust and scattered in the air. At such a time, the dust and ashes did not even have the chance to fall from the sky and return to dust. They were driven by the tyrannical waves of the battle and floated in the air endlessly. Streaks of darkness flashed, as if there were countless ravines in the air, and they disappeared in a flash. That was when an expert discovered that he was no match for the enemy and chose to self-destruct the moment he came into contact with them. At such a time, no one cared whether their self-destruction would hurt their allies. Everything was to hurt the enemy first. As for whether they would hurt their comrades or not, they really did not care. At most, they would roar before they self-destructed. "I'm going." They would take the opportunity to remind their comrades, and then try their best to charge into the enemy's camp, that the dead would be reduced to dust, and there would be no other thoughts. The living still did not have any time to feel sad or sigh, and they did not even have the time to reminisce. Their only response was to charge forward with red eyes and weapons, stepping on the corpses of their comrades, stepping on the flesh of their enemies, waving their swords and fighting. Everyone did not care about their own safety, and everyone did not care about anything. Self-destruction had become a common occurrence, and it was inevitable. My comrades have already returned, and I will do my best to fight. If I can avenge you, I will avenge you. If I unfortunately die in battle, I will not let this life down just like you. I will not let down my youth. One word long snake. Yu Xingchen roared like a thunderclap, and the army behind him instantly gathered and returned to their positions. With Yu Xingchen and Lei Changtian as the dragon heads at the front, the army of more than 50 million maintained their own formations, and all of them converged into the one-word long snake formation. For a moment, it was as if a huge black dragon had overturned the seas and rivers. It forcefully blocked the north and south of the dragon army, and then rolled over and killed the enemy, looking disdainfully at the wilderness. There were constantly soldiers on the periphery screaming and falling into the dust, and they were smashed into pieces before they could be rescued. However, there were also dragon warriors screaming and falling from the sky continuously. Continuous screams could be heard incessantly that a huge green dragon revealed its true form and howled miserably towards the sky. Its two huge dragon eyes had already turned into two bloody holes. The long sword in Yu Xingqian's hand flashed, and Lei Changtian's demon king hook danced in the air. Boom boom boom. The huge green dragon's body turned into more than 10 round pieces, and dragon blood poured down like a waterfall. Two of the dragon's body parts were swept past by the two of them and kept into their space rings. The other parts that fell off were knocked around by the strong wind and kept breaking into pieces. When it fell through the clouds, passed through the armies that were fighting, and landed on the ground, there were only a few pieces of shiny dragon skin with bits and pieces of flesh left, and it was barely considered complete. Two more azure dragons roared as they pierced through the air. Their targets were Yu Xingqian and Lei Zhangtian. Dongfang Jingyang. Yu Xingqian roared, "You command!" Before he finished his sentence, he and Lei Changtian had already turned into two wisps of green smoke and faced the two attacking green dragons head-on. In the sky, Pai Yibao stood majestically without any sense of presence, and the huge bow in his hand was slowly drawn. Below, there was an uproar, but Pai Yibao's expression was cold, as if he was detached from the world and did not fit in with the current battle. However, a huge arrow that looked like a long spear was knocked on the bowstring. In an instant, the bow was drawn to a full moon, and the arrow was like a shooting star. Whoosh! An arrow tore through the air. Below, a black dragon suddenly let out an earth-shattering roar, and a huge arrow appeared on its forehead, and a huge bloody hole was created. That huge arrow, which was at least 2 meters long, was completely inserted into its skull. Even the tail of the arrow was not revealed. The black dragon's body rolled and fell. Although it was still struggling, it was already at the door of death, and there was no chance of survival. A moment later, another arrow shot out. An unusually ferocious one-legged phoenix, Shang Yang, was hit by the sword out of nowhere. The arrow shot through the skull. Apart from destroying the head, the remaining force of the arrow didn't diminish. It pierced through the neck and the lower abdomen, shattering the dantian and soul into pieces. A ball of nirvana flame suddenly rose, and Shang Yang knew that he would not be able to survive. He had no choice but to use his last life-saving trump card, hoping that he would be lucky. However, a sword came quickly and directly split the surging nirvana flame in half. A spirit flashed out from the nirvana flame, and then it was immediately smashed into pieces by the combined forces of hundreds of people beside it. Since the process of nirvana was interrupted, Shang Yang naturally had no chance of surviving. He was completely destroyed, and his spirit was completely destroyed. Li Chenglong was standing in the sky above the central army, and he looked at the battlefield in front of him. All he could see was a sea of blood, and the smell of blood filled the air. Countless familiar faces were turned into minced meat after a loud roar, and they were never seen again. These people had all drunk wine together and talked about the world together. The messenger soldiers beside Li Chenglong were all trembling, and their eyes were bloodshot. However, Li Chenglong's expression did not change. Instead, his eyes became calmer and calmer. At this juncture, everyone could panic, but only he could not. He had to maintain an icy heart and a cold heart. The battle in front of him was becoming more and more intense, and the battle formation that he had put in all his effort to control was already fully formed. The time has come. Raise the flag, change the formation. Combine the two formations, and form the two dragons emerging from the water formation. Then immediately change into the pentagonal formation, and the 5 directions will revolve to form a rolling dragon that will scatter and kill the enemy. Roger. A huge flag that was several hundred feet wide and 1,000 feet tall was waved by the combined forces of 3 Heaven Ascension stage cultivators, and the flag signals were impeccable. Countless people within the formation yelled in agreement. The flag signals have changed. The flag signals have changed. Dongfang Jingyang and the other commanders responded to the command from the Central Army, and they carried out the command at all costs. Then, they sacrificed several Dao integration stage cultivators to forcefully change the battle formation and form the two dragons emerging from the water formation. It was no easy task to change the battle formation of tens of millions of soldiers. Even though Dongfang Xingyang and the other commanders responded in time, and without any hesitation, tens of thousands of soldiers were still killed by the time the second battle formation was formed. However, as the two battle formations converged, they transformed into the pentagonal formation, and the soldiers of the five directions began to move in unison. Under the coordination of the Central Army, the troops from the east, west, north, and south formed a flowing and charging pattern. Moreover, they gradually expanded, each wave higher than the previous one. Currently, they were all moving toward the left. Looking from above, all of the soldiers of the astral souls looked like a gigantic wheel. The four directions were led by Yun Zhonghu, Yu Dongtian, by Yunduo, Yu Xingchen Lei Changtian, Qin Sha, Sword King Xiang Chong, Xiang Bing, and the others. With the weapons in their hands as the points, a vast and irresistible power transformed into a sharp blade that was thousands of feet long, and it whizzed past them. Such a method of condensing energy into weapons naturally possessed astonishing lethality, but it also consumed a lot of energy. Even a quasi-sage wouldn't be able to maintain it for long. However, Yun Zhonghu and the others were able to do so, and this was because the gigantic battle formation behind them was providing them with an endless supply of energy. This energy was all received by Yun Zhonghu and the others, and then they attacked wildly. Yun Zhonghu and the others were only the controllers of this mighty force. Although it still consumed a considerable amount of energy, as 4 ounces of force was still needed to move 1,000 ounces of force, compared to the energy consumption of condensing energy into weapons, it was insignificant. And this was the battle formation transformation method that Li Chenglong had set up. Even with Yu Xingchen's level of cultivation, it would be difficult for his body to bear such a huge amount of energy. However, it was a different matter to act as a relay station for the moment of receiving and immediately attacking. And this kind of power was tyrannical to a considerable extent. Even the powerful experts of the 3 races, the dragon, the phoenix, and the qilin, would find it difficult to resist. Such a powerful battle formation naturally wouldn't be without its drawbacks. In addition to such a rotation, another battle formation transformation was needed, and it would turn into a rest and recuperation, accumulating energy, and after the 3 battle formations rotation and recuperation, it would turn into another killing formation that continued to form a cycle, forming an uninterrupted and progressive killing atmosphere. However, it was absolutely impossible for him to continuously kill people in one wave. Not only would it be interrupted by the enemy, but it would also be difficult to continue in one go, and then weaken, and then exhaust, leading to a total collapse. Boom boom. Seeing that the sharp attacks were incomparably fierce, the ancestor dragon and the primordial phoenix both tried to stop them, but they were also blasted back more than 10,000 feet, spitting out blood. This is a battle formation, the ancestor dragon roared. Break their flow, and attack the middle of the battle formation. The ancestral dragon and primordial phoenix were veteran experts who had lived through countless epics. Naturally, they were veterans of hundreds of battles. Their combat experience was extremely rich. After suffering a loss once, they immediately reacted. How could they continue to attack? At this moment, the 5-element formation had already rotated 2.5 rounds, and more than 100,000 soldiers of the 3 races were all crushed into powder. Thousands of bloodline experts of the dragon, phoenix, and qilin races couldn't escape in time and died. Such a battle result was glorious. However, the battle formation had already been activated to this point, and it was already showing signs of weakness. Especially after the brazen collision of the 2 peak experts, the ancestor dragon and the primordial phoenix, the battle formation seemed to be incomparably powerful, and the 2 peak experts were pushed back consecutively. But in fact, the battle formation had already been delayed twice in succession. Although the battle formation wasn't messed up, it was no longer as smooth and flawless as before. Under the orders of the 2 clan leaders, Countless experts began to chase after the five-element formation and attack the middle of the battle formation. Amidst continuous screams, countless soldiers fell like dumplings. Flag signal. Tripartite defense formation. Li Qinglong shouted. The flag waved, and the order was sent out. Dongfang Xingyang and the others roared together, and they began to change the battle formation. They turned from attack to defense, and fought against the enemies with all their might. However, when the battle formation was formed, millions of soldiers had already died under the large-scale counterattack of the three races. Of course, the casualties of the three races would only increase. Even though the battle formation of the five-element formation was gradually losing its balance, its power was still shocking. The three races' armies launched a large-scale attack, and countless weaker warriors died under this round of confrontation. Because both sides were filled with hatred, they licked their wounds and were ready to attack again. Li Qinglong was still calmly watching the battle from the sky. He watched as the tripartite defense formation slowly accumulated power in the battle formation and turned into an aura that twisted into a rope in the battle. Flag signal, change the battle formation. Li Qinglong ordered. Quick 7-star battle formation. Attack. The battle formation of the army changed again. Other than that, the only movement was that cold arrows were shot down from the sky one after another. But in such a vast battle, no one would notice anything at all. Pai Bao's fingers were already dripping with blood. So far, he had consecutively shot down more than 50 experts of the three races. Although most of them were heavily injured by one arrow, and then they were besieged and killed by the soldiers on the battlefield, the outcome of the battle would definitely be different if it were not for his unexpected arrow. But now, he had reached the point where he was like a lamp that had run out of oil. Every arrow he shot was made with the strength of his whole body. It consumed his true qi, vitality, and mental strength. If it were not for him holding on with one breath, it would have been difficult for him to continue. Pai Bao felt that it was difficult for him to continue, so he did not hesitate. He took out the heaven-mending stone that Zhou Xiaoduo had given him, and immediately stuck it on his right wrist. The wound was healing at a speed visible to the naked eye, and even the exhausted true qi was gradually recovering. His eyes did not pay attention to his wound, but like a hawk, he looked for the enemy he needed to kill. Shoot the strongest enemy to the greatest extent, and save the weakest on my side to the greatest extent. Ensure that the battle formation can operate smoothly to the greatest extent. This was his mission. Feeling that his injury had almost recovered, and his dantian was filled with true qi again, Pai Bao silently raised the bow again. The bow was like a thunderbolt. The arrow was like a meteor. Invisible and traceless. Traceless and invisible. Li Qinglong looked at the time anxiously. Once again, he lamented that time was passing too slowly. It had only been an hour and a half since the start of the battle, but the number of casualties on both sides had reached tens of millions. This was a battle in the air, and there were no restrictions on the ground. The forces of both sides were able to expand to the limit in a three-dimensional way. It has only been an hour and a half. Zhua, when will you come back to help? Please make it incredible again, make it a miracle again, and continue to write your legend. Don't let the legend end. Li Qinglong was very worried. He had begun to wonder if he could hold on for at least a day and a night. Was he too optimistic? Currently, using the power of the battle formation and precise command, they were able to fight evenly with the enemy, and the casualties were about the same for the time being. However, Li Qinglong was very clear in his heart. This was only the beginning, and it was only the beginning. After this, the army of the astral souls would inevitably fall into a passive position and fall into a decline. In such a situation where both sides are evenly matched, even if I use all my commanding ability, I can only hold on for an hour and a half at most, or even less. I can't deal with the enemy in front of me twice with the same move. The first time, I caught them off guard, and the second time, I'll be at my wit's end, and I'll be doomed. Then at most 2 hours later, we'll be at a disadvantage. As the battle continues, at most 4 hours later, the astral souls will be at a disadvantage. This can't be helped. The battle in the air consumes a lot of spiritual energy, and the enemy doesn't have such concerns. This is the innate advantage of the dragons and phoenixes. And the main reason for the fall of the Brave Soul Pass was because of this. If Zwa can come to help within 4 hours, we can still control the situation. If it's more than 4 hours, the situation will be out of control. My wishful thinking is too one-sided. I didn't expect the ancestral dragon and the primordial phoenix to be so powerful that they can shake the foundation of the battle formation, like the 4 directions rotation by themselves, causing the performance of this trump card to be far worse than expected. Once we're at a disadvantage, if we want to maintain the battle formation and prevent the situation from worsening, I'm afraid that some of the higher-ups will die. 1 day and a night can be fought for, but when that time comes, the lives of the higher-ups will be exchanged. Can Boswa make it back in 4 hours? Even if he can make it back in 6 hours, the situation is really not looking good. Li Chenglong's face was calm, as if he had the pearl of wisdom and the overall situation in his hands. In fact, the worry in his heart was like a raging river in overturning sea. Zwa, you must come back soon. However, while Li Chenglong was worrying, Zwa Xiaoduo, whom he was eagerly waiting for, was still fighting with the Nether River Patriarch. He was still blowing up the Nether River Patriarch over and over again. The Nether River Patriarch was weakening visibly, but he still didn't die, as if he was proving the wisdom of the primeval era. As long as the Blood Sea doesn't dry, the Nether River won't die. That as time went by, the exhaustion of the long battle gradually affected both sides greatly. The dragons, phoenixes, and Chilants were slightly stronger. Their overall strength had always been superior, and their individual strength also gave them an advantage in recovery. Even if they were covered in wounds, they could still maintain a considerable amount of vitality. On the other hand, the humans of the astral souls were already exhausted and couldn't continue. Even experts like Yu Dongtian, Yun Zhonghu, and Yu Moyan gradually felt that it was a little difficult to bear. Many ordinary soldiers were already on the verge of exhaustion. They felt that their vision was turning black, and their legs were weak. If the golden drum sounded, most of them might fall asleep on the spot, or even die on the spot. So far, they had been fighting with all their strength for 3 consecutive hours without any break. There was no rest during this period, and they didn't even dare to take a breath. Because, if they were careless, the price would be their own lives and the lives of their comrades. One by one, they panted violently, and there were people who died because of exhaustion. Yun Zhonghu's breathing was rapid, and his face was flushed. As the higher-ups, they were also the main force of the battle. They had always been facing the enemy head-on. If they didn't have the heaven-mending stone with them, which provided a considerable amount of help in recovery, they would only be more exhausted at this moment. Every once in a while, Yu Dongtian would ask this question. Hu Zi, do you still have the heaven-mending stone? Have you used it up? Yun Zhonghu replied, I still have. How many more times can you use it? Such a question and answer was already the 3rd time. How many more times can you use it now? Less than 1 more time. Understood. Yu Dongtian nodded. His own heaven-mending stone had been used up, and his elixirs were also close to being used up. Now Yun Zhonghu's supplies were also running out. By Yundua's side should also be almost done. The battle had reached a point where they couldn't hold on any longer. He looked behind him. Mu Yanyan, who was only a few steps away from him, was covered in blood. Her pretty face was pale, and her eyes were blank. Obviously, she was also exhausted to a considerable extent. Seeing Yu Dongtian turn to look at her, Mu Yanyan forced a smile, indicating that she could still fight. Yu Dongtian looked at Mu Yanyan, who was dressed in white, with heartache in his eyes. He grabbed an elixir and handed it over. Eat it. What about you? I still have it. In fact, this was already Yu Dongtian's last elixir, which was given to him by Zwa Xiaoduo before. Because of its special spiritual power, Yu Dongtian had been reluctant to use it. Even in such a dangerous situation, he still kept it for a rainy day. And at this moment it was obviously the time for a rainy day. Mu Yanyan shook her head, indicating that she didn't want it, but Yu Dongtian grabbed her and forced it into her mouth. Mu Yanyan only felt a warm current quietly sliding from her throat all the way to her dantian. Immediately, she felt a surge of power rising, and all the fatigue in her body disappeared. Even her own cultivation had taken a big step forward. Mu Yanyan only felt that her condition had never been better. The magical effect of this elixir was obvious. She felt Yu Dongtian's fingers gently stroking her face. The rough touch even made her face feel a little tender. She couldn't help but open her eyes wide and look at Yu Dongtian, looking at the man who had completely messed up her heart. All she could see was Yu Dongtian's painful eyes, which were full of vicissitudes of life. He looked at her face and said softly, "I'm sorry." Sorry? Mu Yanyan couldn't help but be stunned. Why did he say sorry? What time was it now? Hundreds of millions of troops were fighting, but she was waiting for an apology. In an instant, Mu Yanyan only felt mixed feelings in her heart. I really shouldn't have thought of you as Fenghua before. There was guilt in Yu Dongtian's eyes, and he said softly, "In this world where you can die at any time, I really shouldn't have flirted with you. That's very unfair to you." Mu Yanyan said, "It's all in the past and..." Yu Dongtian laughed. "It's good that you don't blame me." He laughed at himself and said, "Although I knew I shouldn't, and knew that I could die on the battlefield at any time, I couldn't control myself in the short peace at that time. I always imagined that I could have more. I always imagined that some impossible things could happen. So I did a lot of ridiculous things. This is my fault. I always knew it was my fault." Yu Dongtian looked at Mu Yanyan and said, "Please, don't blame me." "I don't blame you." Mu Yanyan smiled sweetly. "When the war is over, if you and I are still alive, I may not care whether I am a substitute for Nian Fenghua or not." Chapter 14:16. Mu Yanyan smiled sweetly. "When the battle ends, if you and I are still alive, I might not care if I'm a substitute for Nian Fenghua." She blushed and lowered her head. She felt shy. This was the boldest thing that Mu Yanyan, who had always been conservative, had ever said. On the other side, Yu Dongtian was stunned for a moment, then smiled bitterly. "Thank you." But he also said silently in his heart, "Thank you, really thank you." There was a sudden change in the air. Yu Dongtian suddenly turned his head, and his eyes suddenly burst with blood. He rushed back without hesitation. Mu Yanyan looked at Yu Dongtian's back, and shyness and sweetness faintly flashed in her eyes. "That's it. I won't struggle anymore. And I won't be pretentious." In front, there were 4 monstrous auras rushing over with an earth-shattering momentum. The commotion caused by the arrival of the newcomers was huge, and the impact was huge. For a moment, even the blood accumulated on the battlefield was swept away by the mighty momentum. This was the arrival of a strong enemy. The newcomers were 2 supreme experts under the ancestral dragon, and they were also the 2 deputy clan leaders of the dragon clan. They could be said to be the second and third figures of the dragon clan. On the other side, the 2 golden phoenixes flying over in the sky were also 2 supreme experts of the Phoenix clan, who were only below the primordial phoenix. For peak zenith heavenly realm experts attacked together, and their momentum was overwhelming. This was a targeted strategy that the Dragon and Phoenix clan had formulated during the gap between the battle. The performance of the astral souls on the other side was outstanding. Not only was their willpower beyond imagination, but the military formation that could combine the strength of everyone was even more lethal to the 3 clans. The 3 clans of the Dragon, Phoenix, and Qilin clan wanted to destroy the astral souls in one battle, but they were not willing to lose too much. In this heavenly tribulation, all the clans in the heavens were in the tribulation. In the end, only one clan would benefit and become the main character of the world. In other words, every clan would inevitably be targeted by the other clans. It was only a matter of time. If they lost too much in this battle to destroy the astral souls, they would most likely become the next target. However, they did not have an effective method to deal with the astral souls battle formation, so they could only use the tactic of fighting force. In fact, this tactic was inspired by the battle formation of the ancestral dragon and the primordial phoenix against the astral souls. After a series of discussions, the 3 clans finally decided to send out their true high-end combat power and execute the decapitation tactic. Destroy the sharpness of the enemy's formation. It completely destroyed the other party's fighting spirit. Yu Xingqian and Lei Changtian's team were too powerful and might not be able to defeat them instantly. Therefore, they were not the first choice. The others, such as Dongfang Xingyang, were relatively weaker and might not be able to intimidate them. And the primary target of the three clans' discussion was Yu Dongtian and Yun Zhonghu. He was strong enough, but not strong enough to be at the peak of the invincible realm. Furthermore, this operation was at the peak of its operation, and it was at its most lethal moment for the three races. The armies of the Dragon race and the Phoenix race were utterly defeated. If they did not stop them, they might drive straight into the enemy's camp and kill them directly. If they delayed any longer, it would be difficult to deal with them. They might as well concentrate their masters and attack with all their strength to destroy this team. Or they could take advantage of the opportunity to counterattack and completely disrupt the enemy's formation. In order to cooperate with the implementation of the plan, the ancestral dragon personally took action to restrain Yu Xingqian and Lei Changtian's team, so that they could not send reinforcements. The primordial phoenix also took action to suppress Qin Sha and the Sword King's team. The two sides were engaged in a fierce battle. The ancestral Qilin, on the other hand, faced Xiang Chong and Xiang Bing, and engaged in a frenzied battle with Zhan Xuejuan. The three clans had planned this series of actions for a long time. Everything came out of the blue. Before the army of the astral souls noticed anything strange, Yu Dongtian and Yun Zhonghu's side had already been separated and became a lone army. The left and right sides were firmly restrained. However, on the surface, the formation was not disrupted. It was still the original formation. The Dragon race and the Phoenix's plan was extremely accurate. It was also at this moment that the four great experts attacked together. They forcefully tore through space and appeared in front of the formation. Even if we have to pay the price of life and death, we must destroy this team. The four great experts came with the determination to die. They came menacingly and were overflowing with killing intent. Yun Zhonghu, Yu Dongtian, and Bai Yunduo saw the enemy's large-scale attack and felt danger at the same time. They instinctively went up to meet them. Their cultivations had improved greatly when compared to before. All of them had attained the golden immortal realm, and it was sufficient for them to be ranked in the top 10 of the human race. So, when compared to any one of the four great experts that were attacking them, they were at most slightly inferior. However, there were a total of 4 people attacking, and they only had 3 people. The difference in strength caused by being one person behind was already a huge gap between heaven and earth. Not to mention that these 4 peak experts of the Dragon race and the Phoenix race had all been recuperating for a long time. However, Yun Zhonghu, Bai Yunduo, and Yu Dongtian were exhausted. It would not be an exaggeration to say that they were close to the end of their rope. Facing the attack of the powerful enemies, the last heaven-mending stone was also turned into powder in the hands of Yun Zhonghu and Bai Yunduo. Then, the husband and wife went up side by side. Life and death depended on this battle. Understanding surged in their hearts at the same time. Yu Dongtian, who had been leading the charge in the battle, was now 3 steps behind the 2 of them. Suddenly his body stopped, and then his face turned pale. He opened his mouth wide and tried his best to breathe. Suddenly, all the spiritual energy around the battlefield, along with countless impurities and evil aura, silently surged into his body. Yun Zhonghu and Bai Yunduo, who were in front of him, had already rushed forward without caring about their own safety. The 2 sides collided like Mars colliding with Earth. Their eyes met, and they were filled with determination. It was a feeling that they would not rest until they died, and they had no regrets even if they died 9 times. Yun Zhonghu and Bai Yunduo instantly realized that the other party also had the will to die in order to achieve their goal. Suddenly they understood. There was no suspense in this battle. Someone was bound to fall. It was either them, Yu Dongtian, or all 3 of them would die in this battle. As this thought flashed through their minds, the husband and wife looked at each other and saw the thoughts in each other's eyes. They could only agree with each other and had no regrets. Now that things have come to this, the 2 of us will stop here. However, we still have to do our best to ensure that Yu Dongtian lives. The two of us can die, but Brother Xiaoyu can't die. He has suffered too much in his life. We can't let him die here like this. Mu Yinyin is still waiting for him. Waiting to live together with him, waiting for him to restore Nian Fenghua's memories for her. Let's go. Yin Zhonghu let out a long roar. Together with his wife, they used their life-risking secret technique and actually blocked all four of the opponent's experts. As soon as Yin Zhonghu attacked, he used the most extreme energy ignition forbidden technique. He burned his own blood and qi to the limit, pushing all of his trump cards to the limit. The sky instantly shook, and millions of cracks appeared in the space within a radius of several hundred miles. Such a commotion caused the entire battlefield to fall silent for an instant. How could the high-level cultivators not know that there was a real top expert in this world, who chose to fight with his life on the line? The more powerful a cultivator was, the harder it was to injure them, and the harder it was to die. Cultivators who had reached the top of the world could not be destroyed, even if their ancestral land did not exist. They could form their own pattern and live forever. And for cultivators who had reached this level, if they did not have the will to fight to the death and release their foundation on their own, even if they were besieged by many cultivators of the same level, they could still be injured but not die, and take advantage of the gap to escape. Because of this, such a strong expert chose to fight with his life on the line, which meant that the battle had finally reached the most tragic and extreme moment. At the right time, a golden light flashed, and a golden phoenix fell from the sky. Its eyes were fierce and resolute, and it charged forward without turning back. Yin Zhonghu roared and rushed forward to meet it. When enemies meet on a narrow path, the brave will win. You dare to die. But do you think that I, a man with astral souls, am afraid of death? Boom! Yin Zhonghu and the Golden Phoenix collided without any hesitation. Both sides were prepared to die, and they fought with their lives on the line. Puff! Puff! Yin Zhonghu's sword pierced the Golden Phoenix's chest in an instant, and the extreme sword energy in the Golden Phoenix's chest exploded. The Golden Phoenix's Golden Phoenix scissors also pierced Yin Zhonghu's chest. At the last moment of their lives, Yin Zhonghu and the Golden Phoenix looked at each other and smiled. Everyone had the same plan. All roads lead to the same destination. Then let's go together. They were going to self-destruct and die together with the enemy. Whoosh! However, at this critical moment, an unprecedented hurricane that was enough to shock everyone suddenly arrived. The four masters Yin Zhonghu and Bai Yunduo were all shocked. Who was this? This kind of power, this kind of momentum, this kind of feeling, they had never seen it before except for Zhuo Chonglu and his family. This momentum had clearly reached the level of sage to be. Who was it? Yu Dongtian's body expanded, and in an instant, he burst out with an extreme speed that was 100 times faster than his usual peak. Just as Yin Zhonghu and his wife had made the decision to sacrifice themselves, he had also made a choice. He decided to absorb all the spiritual aura, murderous aura, evil aura, and evil aura on the battlefield into his body. He detonated his divine soul and divine sense in advance, and burned his vital essence and life force. The unprecedentedly vigorous spiritual essence would make his dantian swell infinitely, allowing him to have an amazing cultivation that was more than 5 times his own in a short period of time. Boom! Yu Dongtian, whose cultivation had soared, instantly appeared on top of the Golden Phoenix. Under his current extreme absorption state, the Golden Phoenix was now far behind him in terms of speed and cultivation. She was pushed out without any room to resist. A big hand moved at the same time, pulling out the Golden Phoenix scissors from Yin Zhonghu's chest. Then, it turned into pure spiritual aura, and absorbed it to its heart's content. He slapped Yin Zhonghu's chest with his palm, but a strong and gentle force directly pushed the couple back. An unprecedentedly tyrannical aura instantly enveloped the other 3 experts of the opposing side. Then, like a huge whirlwind, it rushed out and crashed into the Phoenix clan's army. Yin Zhonghu shouted, "Yu Dongtian! You bastard!" Yu Dongtian had already rushed out hundreds of miles with the 4 experts. Heroic laughter sounded in the air. "Little Huzi, you have been my scapegoat all your life. Today, I will also take the blame for you." Yun Zhonghu roared at the top of his lungs. You Dongtian! You bastard! You bastard! Tears suddenly burst out of his eyes. He only felt that his heart was about to explode at this moment. He and Yu Dongtian were father's generation, and the friendship had been passed down. They had grown up together. They were playmates, companions, comrades, and comrades in arms. They had gone through fire and water together countless times in their lives. It was precisely because of this that Yun Zhonghu was willing to use his and his wife's lives to fight for Yu Dongtian's survival. But now, it had turned into Yu Dongtian sacrificing his and his wife's lives. This made Yun Zhonghu extremely sad. In the thick fog ahead, Yu Dongtian's hearty laughter, accompanied by the unwilling and angry roars of the four experts, rang out, "Goodbye. After all these years, I have been so tired. Finally, I can take a break." Boom! An unprecedentedly violent explosion sent Yun Zhonghu and Bai Yunduo, who were hundreds of miles away, flying. The heavenly king of the right of the human clan, Yu Dongtian. Self-destruction. This was the most extreme self-destruction that contained everything and exceeded one's own limits. Yu Dongtian was already at the peak of the grand heavenly realm, but he was willing to use his physical body as a vessel to drain the pond and catch the fish. He ignored everything else and absorbed all kinds of spiritual energy in the world. He even dispersed his divine sense and absorbed all the flowing substances in the world into his dantian. The result of this was that he could carry 10 times more energy than his limit. However, as long as he did this, even if there were no enemies in front of him, he would definitely not be able to survive. Although he was limited by the current environmental factors, especially Yun Zhonghu's sudden outburst, Yu Dongtian did not have the time to further absorb foreign objects, and he was still quite a distance away from reaching his limit. Even so, he had already gathered a huge amount of energy that exceeded his limit by 5 times. Therefore, the power of the self-destruction this time was truly earth-shattering and earth-shattering. Even the 4 experts of the Dragon and Phoenix clans, as well as the millions of elites of the Dragon and Phoenix clans who were implicated, were instantly turned into dust that filled the sky. A large area of the entire battlefield was suddenly empty. This sudden and shocking wave caused both the enemy and our side to stand there in a daze for a long while. Only the mournful howls of Yun Zhonghu and Bai Yunduo resounded in the air. "Big brother! Brother Xiaoyu!" Mu Yinyan's entire body immediately turned into an empty shell. She had no thoughts and only stared blankly at the empty area in front of her. There was no longer any vitality in her eyes. It was as if her soul, her divine sense, and everything about her had been hollowed out in an instant. Her lips trembled as if she wanted to say something. However, when she opened her mouth, she could only make incoherent sounds. Ah! Tears had already covered her cheeks and flowed into a river. In a trance, it seemed that Yu Dongtian was still standing in front of her and saying to her guiltily, "I'm sorry. I shouldn't have provoked you, but I couldn't help it. I always thought of you as her." The voice was still so gentle and magnetic. There was also an indescribable pain. She felt that her lips and teeth were still fragrant. That was Yu Dongtian stuffing a pill into her mouth. That domineering and irrefutable voice. "I've eaten it. What about you? I still have it." She could still vaguely hear her own voice saying with happiness and longing, "Maybe after this battle, I won't care about you treating me as a substitute." Mu Yinyan clearly felt her shyness when she said this, and even her neck was burning. However, the sweet longing she had at that time was as heartbreaking as it was now. It had only been a short time since that moment. How could they be separated by life and death, and unable to meet again? She stood there blankly, tears falling like rain. She only heard her own voice saying softly, "I want you to treat me as Fenghua. I want to be your Fenghua. But you didn't even give me this chance. When my heart was frozen, you used all kinds of means to break the ice. But when I was tempted, you let go. What do you think I am? What do you think I am? I hate you. I hate you. I hate you." Mu Yinyan's tears fell like rain, but in front of her eyes, that heartless face seemed to appear again, whispering softly, "I'm sorry. I'm sorry." Mu Yinyan suddenly really understood the real meaning of Yu Dongtian's words of sorry, because he had already made up his mind. In this battle, If Yin Zhonghu was really destined to meet that disaster, she would die for Yin Zhonghu. Without hesitation, she had already been prepared. Mu Yinyan's eyes were teary and confused, and she was absent-minded. She suddenly remembered that one night before the battle, Yu Dongtian intentionally or unintentionally told her about Yin Zhonghu's destined disaster. For this reason, he drank half the night and kept muttering, How can I help Wuxia avoid this disaster? At that time, she comforted him, saying that maybe Zhuo was wrong? After all, this kind of thing was vague and illusory. How could it be accurate? But Yu Dongtian immediately denied it. Xiao Duo can't be wrong. The one who tied the bell should untie it. Yes, I'm going to find Xiao Duo. Then he left with the wine jar. Thinking of this, Mu Yinyan suddenly felt a sharp pain in her heart. She blacked out, and her body fell down softly. Before she passed out, she murmured, I'm willing. Willing to be Nian Fenghua's substitute. I'm really willing. Mu Yinyan didn't know. Yu Dongtian found Zhuo that night and asked about Yin Zhonghu's disaster. Zhuo once said something at that time. The heavenly Tao is constant, and the destiny cannot be changed. Only variables can be changed. In order to break the destiny, someone must defy the heavens and change the destiny. Defying the heavens is defying the destiny. Whether or not the destiny can be changed in the end is still unknown. But those who try to change the destiny will not have a good ending. When Zhuo said this, he said it directly. At the same time, it was also a warning to the people around him not to act rashly. They might not be able to save people, but they would be implicated. After all, what he wanted was to rush over when the disaster came, and use his peerless power of luck to resist this disaster for Yin Zhonghu. Those who changed their fate would not have a good ending, but it definitely didn't include people with great luck like him. However, human strength was sometimes limited, and human calculations were not as good as God's. Suddenly, there was an ambush from all sides. Zhuo was assigned to Mingyi's group. Originally, Zhuo could have arrived earlier. However, Yin Xiao arrived at this time and intercepted Zhuo on the way. She gave him 2 gourds. Then, Zhuo invited Fairy Yin Xiao to go with him. While he received strong help, he was also delayed for more than 10 minutes. Because of Yin Zhao's help, Zhuo and Xiaonian faced Mingyi. Their strength was unbalanced. They went from defeating the enemy to destroying the enemy. However, Blood River did not die, and Mingyi did not die. Hence, they wasted more time. If Fairy Yin Xiao had not accompanied them, with the arrival of Zhuo and the gathering of the gourds, an old expert like Mingyi would naturally retreat immediately when he saw that things were not going well. He would not continue fighting. The battle over there would have ended long ago. However, when Yin Xiao came and the gathering of the gourds, she turned the original advantage into an overwhelming victory. It was an absolute victory that could wipe out the Azura. Zhuo's fate, and the subsequent victory against the Azura finally caused an irreparable regret: Yu Dongtian's death. That day, after Yu Dongtian heard Zhuo's explanation, he had already secretly made a decision. If Yin Zhonghu's death could not be avoided, that he would resolve this calamity for him. I'll die for him. That was a very fucked up thought. From that moment on, it did not waver. Wuxia had yet to leave behind a descendant. He could not die in battle. If Wuxia died in battle, what would happen to Yunduo? I'm their big brother. If I can't stand up for them, who else can? If I don't solve it for them, who will? My Yu family is already filled with descendants. I don't know how many generations have passed. My glory has been gone for many years. My life has long been a struggle at death's door. What meaning does it have? Rather than Wuxia dying in battle and Yunduo suffering for the rest of her life, it would be better for me to fight against the heavens and change my fate. Only then would my life not be in vain. My only regret is that I've let her down. Anyway, it was me who forced her. She should be able to walk out of the haze soon and find someone who loves her more. It was also from that day onwards that he began to make preparations. He was always making preparations. Until today, he deliberately fell back a few steps to give himself time to absorb enough energy. He used the most extreme and most cruel self-destruction to take down the enemy in one wave. He left enough safe space for Yin Zhonghu and Bai Yunduo. Enough safe distance. Enough safe time. He thought so and did so. Once he started, he carried out his thoughts to the end and advanced bravely. Therefore, when he died, he was so free and easy. He was also very heroic, and even had a strong sense of satisfaction. Because back then Feng Hua had used this extreme to self-destruct. He had followed his beloved wife's example, and had no regrets in this life. So much so that he felt that his life was perfect. I saved my brothers, saved my comrades, and even said sorry to Mu Yinyan. Dad is healthy and his cultivation is top-notch. He has been disappointed in me for so many years. Take care of yourself in the future. The Yu family is filled with descendants, and has a prosperous bloodline. There is nothing I can't let go of. Just like his usual style of passing the buck. That's it. I won't care about anything in the future. You guys can do as you see fit. Anyway, these things have nothing to do with me anymore. Just like what he said when he passed the buck to others. These things have nothing to do with me. Yu Dongtian, in the end, passed the buck to everyone except him. He didn't seem to think about how guilty Yun Zhonghu and Bai Yunduo would feel in the future. He also didn't think about Mu Yinyan's feelings. Or maybe he thought about it. However, for his brothers he had no choice. In his heart, he didn't need to make a choice at all. Chapter 14:17. This earth-shattering explosion caused the battlefield to fall into an unprecedented silence. No matter if it was friend or foe, everyone's head was buzzing from this sudden explosion, that many of the weaker cultivators fainted from the shock and fell from the clouds. The higher-ups of the astral souls all turned their heads to look at this side. They were all stunned and could not believe it. That was the heavenly king of the right self-destructed. It was so sudden. After a pause, after a few seconds of shock, everyone finally digested this news in their minds. A great sorrow suddenly surged into their hearts. Tears welled up in everyone's eyes at the same time. Nan Zhengqian and Dongfang Xingyang let out a sorrowful cry. Heavenly King! Yu Xingqian's body, which was as majestic as a mountain, shook violently. His old face suddenly turned deathly pale. Lei Changtian held Yu Xingqian in time with tears in his eyes. However, he did not know what to say to comfort this father, who had just lost his beloved son. After racking his brains for a long time, he only shouted, "Old Yu!" At this moment, even the words "my condolences" seemed so weak. It was so weak that he did not want to say it. Yu Xingqian closed his eyes. After a long time he finally murmured, "This child. This child." In the end he still did not get over it. He tried his best to control his emotions, but his voice couldn't stop trembling. He took a deep breath, and finally opened his eyes. He patted Lei Changtian's hand and said, "Don't worry, I'm fine." He took a deep breath and exhaled deeply. Tears gathered in his eyes, but he forced them back. However, they immediately rushed out. He did not want to let his tears fall, but he could not control his blurred vision. Finally, he choked with sobs and said, "Since Feng Hua left, Yu has changed. He has changed completely. He has become more and more cynical and unscrupulous. But old Zhua and I both know that he doesn't want anyone to see his decadence and longing. Causing trouble everywhere, and throwing the blame everywhere, is just a way to cover up his true state of mind. He wants others to laugh and curse with him. That way he will still feel that he exists. But after laughing and cursing, when he is alone, he will stay in his room and drink alone. He can't get over his past. Because of this, I beat him and scolded him too many times. In the end I gave up. It's useless. His heart is empty. An empty person is no different from a person who pretends to be asleep. If the crisis of the continent had not been resolved, and the burden of being the heavenly king of the right had not been on his shoulders, giving him so many things to do, he would have killed himself long ago. He would not have been in so much pain for so long. Now. Yu Xingqian finally could not control his tears and said, "This child is finally free. Finally, he does not have to suffer so much anymore. From now on, there is no more lovesickness. He does not have to force himself to endure anymore. As his father, I am sincerely happy for him. I am really happy for him. His life has been too bitter and lonely." Although he said he was happy, his tears could not stop flowing. Lei Zhangtian let out a long sigh, and his tears fell instantly. He choked and said he is free. Yes, happy. This old man is also happy for him. Fenghua has been waiting for him for so many years. It's time to reunite. Yu Xingchen closed his eyes and took a deep breath. He said, this unfilial son. He left just like that, leaving me still not free. Fuck. I lost my mother when I was young, my father when I was young, my wife when I was middle-aged, and my son when I was old. Am I not more pitiful than him? He left just like that. What should I do? Unfilial son. Unfilial son. Who will take care of me? Do I have to take care of him? Unfilial son. He cursed loudly, but his voice trembled more and more. Tears flowed more and more, and finally he could not speak. On the side of the dragons and phoenixes, the primordial phoenix and the ancestral dragon opened their mouths and looked at the huge hole that was cleared by the explosion. They could not help but be dumbfounded. How could this be? The 4 experts who were only below the 2 of them had all been wiped out in today's battle. Moreover, it was a complete death without leaving behind even a trace of his soul. Wasn't it clearly a decapitation tactic that they had planned for a long time before taking action? If 1, 2, or even 3 of them died, the dragons and phoenixes would be able to afford the price of taking away the 3 targets of the other party. This was the possible outcome of the plan. After all, the true strength of both sides was only a hair's breadth apart. If they fought to the death with the will to die, only by paying an equal price could they exchange for the death of experts of the same level. However, the outcome of the battle was the complete opposite. The other party only had 1 person to self-destruct, but he had taken away 4 super experts on their side in one wave. At the same time, he had taken away 1 million elites. After calculating this debt, it was really a complete loss. It was heartbreaking. Damn it. The ancestral dragon grabbed his hair angrily. We had long formulated an extreme battle strategy of exchanging lives for lives. But in the end, we still lost so much combat strength because of the other party's life. How stupid! How stupid! The primordial phoenix also looked vexed. If we die in battle, so be it. However, to die in battle like this, such a huge loss is really too heavy. The gains don't make up for the losses. Yu Dongtian's self-destruction not only destroyed the enemy, but it also played an immeasurable role in delaying the battle. The enemy and us stopped at the same time, buying precious time for Li Chenglong. At the same time, it also greatly weakened the combined strength of the dragons and phoenixes. At this moment, in terms of peak combat strength, although the 3 races still had the upper hand, they no longer had the absolute upper hand. More importantly, the combat strength of the 3 races was imbalanced. Avenge the Heavenly King! Nan Zhengqian's eyes were red, and silver light surged all over his body. He who was already close to death suddenly had a powerful force appear out of nowhere. Silver light almost illuminated the entire battlefield. With a furious roar, he charged forward without caring about anything. Stop! However, Li Chenglong ordered. Change the formation! Change the formation! Li Chenglong was also crying, but as the commander in charge of the overall situation, his heart was still as cold as before. At this moment, he made the most correct decision. All of the Star Soul Realm martial practitioners were grief-stricken. Their desire for revenge was unprecedentedly high, and their morale was greatly boosted. But Li Chenglong knew that if they allowed this kind of hot blood to rush to their heads, and directly charged into the camp of the dragons, phoenixes, and Qilins to take revenge for the Heavenly King, then this battle would probably end prematurely, with the Star Soul Realm's human race suffering a crushing defeat. What was the difference between rushing forward to avenge the Heavenly King without reason and fighting with the enemy's scattered troops? No matter how strong an individual's combat strength was, how strong their morale was, and how fearless they were, it didn't mean that they wouldn't die. It wasn't enough to erase the fact that their overall strength was too far behind the dragons, phoenixes, and Qilins. They couldn't miss the opportunity that the Heavenly King of the Right had fought for the humans of the astral souls. Otherwise, the Heavenly King of the Right would have died in vain. Change the formation. Those who disobey will be killed. Li Chenglong roared, gritting his teeth as he gave the order. This order could be said to be the most unreasonable at the moment. Therefore, Li Chenglong was instantly hated by almost the entire army. However, this was the most correct military order. The few commanders who were already dizzy from the shock were immediately awakened by Li Chenglong's order. They carried out the order without saying anything. They were all knowledgeable people, so how could they not know what to do at the moment? In an instant, the two armies changed their formation again. From a long snake, it turned into two dragons. Then, as they continued to charge forward, they turned into four sharp knives right before they clashed with the enemy. It was the most lethal five-directional pointed killing formation. Avenge the Heavenly King! Li Chenglong roared at the right time. Instantly, the morale of the soldiers was raised to the peak, as if their chests were about to explode. Damn that Li Chenglong! Cold-blooded bastard! Countless people scolded Li Chenglong as they fought with their lives on the line. They scolded Li Chenglong because of his cold-blooded execution of military discipline. Furthermore, he only shouted out to avenge the Heavenly King at this moment. Everyone knew that he was using the Heavenly King's death to raise the morale of the soldiers, that just the words using the Heavenly King's death made the soldiers unhappy. However, it was undeniable that even though countless people were scolding Li Chenglong for being cold-blooded, everyone had to admit that this was the most appropriate time to shout out this slogan. Because of this sentence, the sharp knives were quickly formed, and the astral souls exploded with even more power than the first time. After a loud roar, the two armies clashed with unprecedented ferocity. The battle this time was much more intense than the previous one. On the side of the astral souls, everyone charged forward without any regard for their own safety. They only cared about killing the enemy and forgot about everything else. On the other hand, the morale of the dragon, phoenix, and Qilin races was inexplicably low. Actually, the reason was simple. Yu Dongtian's self-destruction just now took away not only the 4 super experts, but also the million-strong army. To the prideful 3 ancient clans, this was an unacceptable fact. It was clearly planned before taking action. It was clearly planned for a long time. It was clearly planned by them to kill the leader. Even the executors were determined to complete the mission at all costs. However, the final result was that a subtle feeling of we are inferior to the other party surged. While the balance of power was unbalanced, their mentality was also unbalanced. The battle became more and more intense, and the situation became more and more intense. Both sides, and the 4 races were in a stalemate. Every second, tens of thousands of lives were lost. Broken limbs and body parts were shot in all directions in the air. At this moment, blood and life had become the most worthless things in the world. They were thrown around randomly. Large amounts of them were lost. Yin Zhonghu and Bai Yunduo were the arrowheads. The two of them had entered an unprecedented state of madness. They shouted loudly and fought fiercely. They only wanted to kill the enemy, and did not care about their own lives. These 2 unstoppable figures were like 2 sharp knives, piercing straight into the army of dragons and phoenixes. Li Chenglong's commands were getting sharper and sharper, and they were also getting more and more detailed. Li Chenglong was extraordinarily talented and calm. Although it was his first time commanding such a large-scale battle, as time went on, he became more and more proficient in commanding the battle. At this point in the battle, there was a subtle feeling that both sides were evenly matched. Nan Zhengqian, Dongfang Zhenyang, Shimen Lai, and the others fought with all their might and scolded Li Chenglong. However, they were also madly admiring Li Chenglong in their hearts. No matter how much they disliked Li Chenglong, these few great commanders were at least clear about one thing. Fortunately, the commander of this battle was Li Chenglong. If it had been any of them, they would have lost this battle long ago. As a commander, the most taboo thing was to be emotional. The most terrifying thing was to be blinded by anger and hatred. That was even more terrifying than falling into the enemy's trap and ambush. To be fair, if it were them, they would have lost their minds the moment the Heavenly King of the Right died. Once they lost their ice heart, how could they calmly judge the situation and not lose? However, Li Chenglong was able to calmly and coldly take advantage of the death of a Heavenly King. He took advantage of the slight difference in the changes in the soldiers of both sides to turn the situation back to a stalemate where the two sides were originally inferior in strength and numbers. He was able to turn the situation back to a stalemate. As long as this stalemate was formed, then at least they could hold on for more than 2 hours. This was too advantageous for their side, who was waiting for reinforcements. What a heartless, cold-blooded, heartless brat. This bastard's temperament has really reached a certain level. But his cold-bloodedness has really reached a level that no one can compare to. He is indeed the military advisor of a generation. He is so fucking heartless. After this battle ends, if I am still alive, I will definitely beat him up. 4. For Heavenly King Yu. On one side of the battlefield, a hole was suddenly torn in space. Zuo appeared, sweating profusely. He had sped all the way back, using all his energy to rush back. He had torn space 7 times in total, using all his energy to travel a long distance each time. He was so tired that he almost stuck his tongue out. After rushing for so long, he finally arrived at this time. He immediately saw both sides fighting with their lives on the battlefield. Xiao heaved a sigh of relief. Then, he turned invisible and stealthily approached the Qilin tribe. He even gave orders in the Tower of Annihilation. After we get out, we will be able to attack the Qilin tribe in a single leap. Everyone be prepared. Prepare for the most accurate surprise attack. Unleash the greatest effect of the surprise attack. Yes. The officers and soldiers were all excited. Hiding the troops in the Tower of Annihilation was too advantageous. The troops on one side were well prepared, and could directly appear next to the enemy. The moment the enemy had no time to react, a massacre would have already been completed. They wouldn't even have to pay too many casualties. This couldn't be described with just the word satisfying. Zuo waved his hand, and the doors of the Tower of Annihilation opened. In the blink of an eye, millions of soldiers rushed out of the Tower of Annihilation like a silent flood. It was really soundless, and it was flowing with familiarity. Everyone shut their mouths tightly. They didn't even dare to breathe. That was a collective action of holding their breaths. In another second, Zuoxiao's army had already charged into the Qilin race's defenseless army from the flank like a thunderbolt. Instantly, blood rained down, and the smell of blood filled the air. Countless members of the Qilin tribe's army were reduced to torn corpses. Zuo also released 7 gourds at the same time and ordered them to join the battle. Kill them. With a boom, the 7 gourds, together with the god-killing spear Yin Shirsi, rushed into the Qilin tribe's army. Countless soul fragments and the mighty death chi made the 7 gourds and the god-killing spear Yin Shirsi unprecedentedly excited. Zuo laughed sinisterly. Just as he was about to pull out his 99 cat hammer to join the battle, he suddenly heard the angry shouts of the soldiers in the Star Soul army, who were fighting with their lives on the line. Avenge the Heavenly King! Zuo felt dizzy and almost fell from the clouds. Avenge the Heavenly King? Was he still one step too late? He was here, but he still couldn't avoid the misfortune of his senior brother's death? He felt as if his entire body was about to explode. A surge of hot blood rushed to his head. He suddenly let out a roar and controlled the 99 cat hammer. Like a thunderbolt from the 9th heaven, it smashed into the Kirin clan's army. He teleported to the center of the Qilin tribe's army and attacked with all his strength. The 1,000 Souls Nightmare Hammer, with the most destructive power, reappeared in the world. With extreme anger and grief, Zuo didn't even realize that when he attacked, a shackle in his body was quietly broken. Because of this, his cultivation had entered a new realm. The mighty spiritual chi was boundless and surging in his body, but it was always under his control. This was a realm where there was no man, no self, the unity of man and nature, and he was the sole owner of all laws. However, he didn't realize that his heart was full of grief. He roared crazily and rushed into the Qilin tribe's army. Boom! With one hammer, blood rained down from the sky. The 1,000 Souls Nightmare Hammer in Zuoxiao's hands had already surpassed the Great Flood Shaman in terms of lethality. In fact, it was a huge difference. With this move, not only did the Kirin clan fall in large numbers, but even the space around them collapsed bit by bit. The Qilin tribe's experts who stopped at the mid-stage of the Zenith Heavenly Realm were smashed into smithereens by Zuoxiao's crazy hammer. In less than 10 breaths of time, Swordsmanship had already broken through the Qilin tribe's army. He didn't even turn back. With a roar, he rushed into the Phoenix tribe's army formation. From afar, a giant that was thousands of feet tall was waving a huge hammer that was as big as a castle. In the Phoenix tribe's army formation, he turned into a black whirlwind, a whirlwind of slaughter. As he continued to dance, the images of the universe, the sun, and the moon appeared clearly in the sky, as if they were real. It was as if an entire real world appeared in the sky with the surging of the hammer wind, and fell in a picturesque disorder. There was a kind of messy beauty, and also the beauty of slaughter. The bodies of the phoenix, and the various divine birds of the vassal tribes were flying in the sky. The moment it flew up into the air, it was the moment it disintegrated into fragments that filled the sky. It was the moment of death. For a moment, the sky was filled with 7 colors, magnificent and boundless. Those were countless colorful feathers that covered the sky. Reinforcements are here. Nanjing Qian let out a long shout. Boys! Our reinforcements are here. Kill the enemy! Kill the enemy! Avenge the heavenly king! Reinforcements are here. The astral soul's soldiers had hot tears in their eyes as they roared loudly. Avenge the heavenly king! Exterminate the 3 tribes! Kill! Zhuoxiao's arrival, the sneak attack of the elite army, and his strong entry into the battle completely changed the situation of the battle, overturning the original battle situation. The ancestral Dragon and the primordial phoenix suppressed Yu Xingqian and Lei Changtian. In this part of the battlefield, they already had the absolute advantage. Even if the 2 of them fought to the death and didn't retreat, there was no way they could turn the situation around. But at this moment, their hearts trembled violently. They turned to look at Zhuoxiaoduo, who was wreaking havoc among their tribes, and gasped in unison. Too fierce. Wasn't this too fierce? The ancestral Dragon and the primordial phoenix knew that if they were in the same position as Zhuoxiaoduo, they wouldn't be able to achieve such results. In other words, this guy is actually more impressive than me? The 2 clan leaders saw with their own eyes that the ancestral Qilin had already revealed his true form. His body was surrounded by 7-colored divine light that dyed the entire sky in 7 magnificent colors. It seemed extremely mystical and sacred, but he charged forward again and again, but he couldn't take more than 10 blows from Zhuoxiaoduo. The ancestral Qilin was about to scream and spit out 7-colored blood as he retreated. When they clashed again, he was smashed back thousands of meters. And this time, Zhuoxiaoduo charged forward even faster than the ancestral Qilin's retreating figure. Big 7-colored lizard, where do you think you're going? Eat my 100,000 hammers. Hammer after hammer smashed down on the ancestral Qilin's huge body, like a violent storm. The ancestral Qilin retreated and dodged while screaming. The other party's strength was too great. The weapon was too big. He couldn't dodge at all. He was too big of a target in his true form. He wasn't as agile as the other party, and was equivalent to a live target. He had no choice but to revert to his human form. But he was far from the other party's strength. The ancestral Qilin was extremely miserable. Continuous screams shook the heavens and earth. He didn't want to scream and wanted to save face, but it was too painful. Hearing Zhuoxiaoduo shout 100,000 hammers, the ancestral Qilin's heart immediately felt weak. Not to mention 100,000 hammers, the invincible ancestral Qilin would probably turn into dust after a few dozen more hammers. When the entire Qilin clan saw such a situation, they all kept quiet out of fear. The ancestral Dragon and the primordial phoenix were also shaken when they saw this scene. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. Could it be that this kid broke through to the Saint Realm? The 2 flashed and instantly left the battlefield, speeding towards the ancestral Qilin. They had to go. In 100 breaths' time, the ancestral Qilin would be hammered to death by Zhuoxiaoduo. Zhuoxiaoduo used all his strength and blasted out his ultimate moves one after another, suppressing the ancestral Qilin until he couldn't breathe. The ancestral Qilin, who had suppressed Sword Saint Qin Sha with his own strength just now, couldn't unleash his full strength against Zhuoxiaoduo. Even though he used all his skills and all his Dharma treasures, He could only passively take the beating and couldn't change the situation at all. He was even shocked to discover that all his Dharma treasures, including Khanate numinous treasures, were useless against Wuxia's dual hammers. What kind of monster is this? The ancestral Qilin wanted to cry. Too strong. I can't beat him. Chapter 14:18. After the ancestral Qilin's countless Dharma treasures, dealt with a casual strike of the 9-9 kitty hammer, the slightly inferior ones were shattered on the spot without any room to be used. Even the slightly stronger Khanate spirit treasures were sent flying far away like baseball balls after being smashed by the spirit treasures. Fortunately, there were 7 gourds following behind. They were the most sensitive to the aura of Khanate spiritual treasures. After seeing it, the space gourd given by Yuanshi immediately rushed over and kept it into their stomachs. Occasionally, there were fishes that slipped through the net, but they would also be swallowed by the purple gold gourd given by Taoist Taiching. It was unknown if they came from the same origin. But the 7 little fellows had a common problem: greed. And it was the insatiable kind. As long as it was complete, they would take it all. As they hovered above the battlefield, the bodies of countless high-grade dragons, phoenixes, and Qilins who died in the battle were all swallowed into their stomachs before they could break into pieces. One had to know that these were cultivation resources that could only be encountered by chance and not sought after, whether it was for the gourds or human cultivators. Slowly, as the 7 gourds joined the battlefield, the increasingly tragic battlefield showed a trend of cleaner and cleaner, that the ancestral dragon and the primordial phoenix came to the rescue at lightning speed and blocked Wuxia's 9-9 kitty hammer. As soon as they came into contact, the 2 ancient powerhouses felt their arms go numb, and their hearts trembled even more. The ancestral Qilin, on the other hand, rolled and crawled out of the battlefield. The ancestral Qilin was about to cry when he finally came out. When he was pressed down and beaten up, he didn't even have time to take elixirs to recover. He only felt that he had become a piece of iron and was being hammered by a blacksmith. But I'm not iron. Just 2 or 3 more hammers, and I'll be smashed to death. After vomiting a few mouthfuls of 7-colored blood in pain, he felt that his chest was a little better. He hurriedly took out elixirs and stuffed them into his mouth in large handfuls. I was scared to death. Originally, he thought that after this battle, the Dragon and Phoenix clans had lost a lot of elites. If the 2 clans didn't want to be destroyed, the Qilin clan had to be the leader. It was even possible for the 3 clans to be united, and the Qilin clan to be the leader. However, after experiencing Wuxia's surprise attack, the Kirin race suffered heavy losses, even more than the Dragon race and the Phoenix race. He himself was even more injured. It was truly a tragedy. Just a little bit more and his body and Dao vanished, turning into fine powder. The ancestral Qilin swallowed the pills in large quantities and felt the warm medicinal power continue to spread through his meridians. A comfortable feeling grew throughout his body, and he finally let out a sigh of relief. He was filled with gratitude towards the ancestral dragon and primordial phoenix for coming to his rescue. If the 3 races were to truly unite at that time, it wouldn't be impossible for the 3 races to ride side by side. Right at this moment. Hurry up and do it. An anxious roar could be heard. Ancestor Gragon fell straight out of his mouth, with blood gushing out of his mouth. I didn't save you to let you watch a show. Hurry up and come up. The ancestral Qilin hurriedly turned his head to take a look, and could not help but be shocked. Just as he was taking the pills to recover, the ancestral dragon and primordial phoenix, who were fighting Wuxia together, were actually in a sorry state. They were lacking in strength. The 2 of them were clearly working together to attack Wuxia from the left and right, but in reality, they were easily repelled by Wuxia. The spinning sledgehammer was as heavy as a mountain. The primordial phoenix circulated the phoenix hoe with all her might and counterattacked continuously. However, in the face of Wuxia, such a head-on collision actually caused her to spit out blood and retreat in less than 10 moves. The ancestral dragon was also forced to retreat. He called for the ancestral Qilin to join the battle and rushed back to help the primordial phoenix. Now that the battle situation had changed, the three of them had to join forces to fight against Swishaoduo. If any one of them died first, the other two would not be spared. This is the combat power of a saint. After confirming Swishaoduo's strength, the ancestral dragon roared angrily. Swishaoduo, saint-level combat power is not allowed to participate in mortal battles. This is the rule. You have broken the rule. You have broken the rule. Qilin, why are you still looking? What are you looking at? Hurry up. The ancestral dragon and primordial phoenix were drenched in sweat. Under Swishaoduo's continuous attacks, they staggered and spat out blood. They were in a sorry state. Swishaoduo's twin hammers were extremely powerful. They smashed back and forth like shooting stars chasing the moon. He cursed angrily. To hell with your rules. I don't care what your rules are. I am the rules now. What are you roaring for? If you want to fight, then fight. Why are you shouting? The ancestral Qilin widened his eyes. What? What was going on? Not only were the ancestral dragon and primordial phoenix unable to deal with Swishaoduo, but they were also forced into an absolute disadvantage. After coming to his senses, he hurriedly got up and joined the battle with a roar. When he rushed over, it happened that the ancestral dragon and primordial phoenix were sent flying. The ancestral Qilin took advantage of this opportunity to face Swishaoduo, who had completely erupted. With two hammers, the Qilin pestle that the ancestral Qilin had cultivated was smashed into pieces. He was sent flying with a mouthful of blood. The speed at which he was sent flying was even faster than the speed at which Guyong rushed over. However, Swishaoduo did not hesitate at all. He continued to raise his hammers energetically and charged toward the ancestral dragon and primordial phoenix. The ancestral dragon and primordial phoenix cursed in their hearts. This Qilin, are you fucking here to be a joke? We were hoping that you would block us and let us take a breather. In the end, you retreated faster than you charged. What's the use of having you? However, the two heads could not say that the ancestral Qilin did not try his best. After all, his treasure, the Qilin pestle, had been destroyed in those two attacks. This could only mean that Swishaoduo was too strong. He was ridiculously strong. Unfortunately, there was no point in recognizing reality now. Swishaoduo rushed over again. The two cursed as they tried their best to block and dodge. However, the other party's hammers were too big. In Swishaoduo's hands, they were not clumsy at all. Instead, they were nimble. Wasn't this asking for their lives? Boom! Another hammer came crashing down and brushed past the ancestral dragon's waist. Pfft! The ancestral dragon spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying with a pale face. For a moment, his organs burned, and he almost fainted. Boom! 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 Swishaoduo became more and more courageous as he fought. He could not help but find it strange. He was facing three clan heads at the same time. Why did he feel so relaxed and easy? It was as if they were three children, and he was an adult. That was probably how he felt. Of course, he could beat them up however he wanted. No matter how they struggled, no matter how stubbornly they resisted, they could not escape from his palms. Finally, he thought of the sage that the ancestral dragon had shouted. He could not help but think, could it be that I have reached the sage's cultivation that they mentioned? The pinnacle of this world? But why didn't I feel anything special? There was no vision of heaven and earth. Didn't they say that when a sage appeared, purple chi would come from the east for 30,000 miles? He really did not feel anything at all. It should be just a little bit more. Thinking of his own cultivation foundation, Swishaoduo understood a little. He should have the combat power of a sage, but his realm should not be there yet. As Swishaoduo led reinforcements and entered the battle, the originally evenly matched situation was reversed almost instantly. After 100 breaths of time, the situation of the battle had become one-sided. After that, Swishaoduo blocked the ancestral dragon, primordial phoenix, and ancestral Qilin by himself. Immediately, all the high-level combat power of the astral souls were released. All troops attack. Finish this battle in one go. Li Chenglong jumped up from the commander's seat, without a care for his image. He howled like a madman. All troops attack. Reserve troops, all of you attack. Don't let anyone escape. Today, I swear to destroy the 3 clans. We will not rest until we are dead. Once the order to attack was given, he did not even give any commands. Instead, he drew his long sword and charged into the army of dragons, phoenixes, and qilins. He started a massacre. In the army, Li Qinglong's combat power was second only to Zhuo Xiaoduo and Zhuo Xiaonian. He was also a true god of war. However, as the military advisor, he had to lead the army to the final battle. That was why he could not enter the battlefield personally. Now that the battle had been decided, Li Qinglong naturally could not hold it in anymore. His eyes were bloodshot as he charged into the battle personally. He wanted to vent the anger that he had been suppressing for so long. Vengeance for Teacher Qin. Vengeance for Wang Lingyun. Vengeance for Heavenly King Yu. And vengeance for the billions of soldiers who had died in this battle. This vengeance and hatred was irreconcilable. From all directions, the sound of a tsunami could be heard. The humans of the astral souls had finally started their attack. Yu Xingqian, Lei Changtian, Sword Sovereign Qin Sha, Yu Moyan, and the others. Suppressing their fatigue, they stuffed a bunch of elixirs into their mouths. Before they even chewed, they had already charged forward. They wanted to give it their all for this battle. Kill. Kill them all. Take revenge for the Heavenly King of the Right. Take revenge for the Heavenly King of the Right. The sound of spring thunder also seemed to shake the world. Zhuo Xiaoduo was still fighting with the ancestral dragon, ancestral phoenix, and ancestral qilin. He was getting more and more proficient. Occasionally, he would find the time to throw out thousands of hammers and destroy tens of thousands of high-level experts of the dragon and phoenix races. That just as he was about to take advantage of the victory and finish the battle, he heard a voice that sounded like spring thunder. However, he was stunned at once. The Heavenly King of the Right? How could it be the Heavenly King of the Right? Could it be that the King of Zhuolu, his senior brother, Yin Zhonghu, did not die? The one who died was actually Zhuo Xiaoduo's mind raced as he recalled. He could not help but recall that night when Yu Dongtian looked for him. Is Yin Zhonghu's life and death tribulation true? It's true. How should we break it? Zhuo Xiaoduo immediately recalled his response. Suddenly, a strong sense of sourness rose from his heart. At that moment, he wished that he could slap himself a few times. The heavenly Tao is constant. Destiny cannot be changed. Only variables can change. In order to break the destiny, someone has to defy the heavens and change their fate. It is unknown if they can change their fate in the end. However, those who try to change their fate will most likely not have a good ending. Zhuo Xiaoduo completely understood. It turned out that Yu Dongtian had already made a decision from then on. He was determined to block this calamity for his brother, defy the heavens and change his fate, using his body to replace him. Zhuo Xiaoduo's heart surged like a tsunami. He felt his eyes ache for some reason, and tears were about to flow out. The Heavenly King of the Right, the Heavenly King, who had deceived the human race for tens of thousands of years. One of the pillars of the human race, that he actually left just like that? At that moment, Zhuo Xiaoduo heard something that made his soul tremble even more. Kill all the dragons and phoenixes. Avenge Teacher Qin. The voice was very close to him, as if it was shouting at him. Teacher Qin? Teacher Qin Fangyang? What happened to Teacher Qin? Zhuo Xiaoduo's body shook violently. He turned his head in the direction of the voice, and saw Li Qinglong's face full of tears. He was roaring and rushing toward him. He was shouting hoarsely, "Kill them all! Avenge Teacher Qin! They killed Teacher Qin!" Zhuo Xiaoduo felt an explosion in his mind. It was as if all the emotions and everything in the world suddenly disappeared and no longer existed. His entire mind was blank. There was only one message echoing in his mind. They killed Teacher Qin. For a moment, Zhuo Xiaoduo's aura suddenly surged. An endless terrifying aura with the power to destroy the world. It rushed out. The dragon, phoenix, and qilin who had just rushed forward retreated in unison. They did not dare to act rashly, and their eyes were filled with horror. Bullshit! Zhuo Xiaoduo roared and instinctively denied. Li Qinglong, you're talking nonsense. How dare you curse Teacher Qin? I'll smash you to death with my hammer. At this moment, Li Qinglong was stirring up his maximum strength and infusing it into the long sword in his hand. It turned into a condensed chi light sword that was thousands of feet long. It swept left and right aggressively. It was now less than 10,000 meters away from Zhuoxiaoduo. It's true. The Dragon and Phoenix races used their racial talents to travel through the sky and arrived above Shangjing. At that time, we were all at the front line and were too far away to help. Only Teacher Qin arrived in time. In order to protect Shangjing, Teacher Qin stepped forward bravely and fought against the three races alone. In the end, he died heroically in battle. However, it was his delay that allowed him to hold on until we arrived. Otherwise, regardless of the outcome of today's battle, Shangjing would have been destroyed, and its people would have been plunged into misery and suffering. Teacher Qin was killed by them. Li Qinglong said tearfully, "You must not let them escape." Zhuoxiaoduo's consciousness was in a daze. He muttered, "Teacher Qin really died? He still hasn't used the red spider lily. He died. Then, what about the reincarnation of the old principal? Could it be that my words are true? That's a wrong fate. Destined to be deeply in love but shallow in fate, missing each other every time." In a daze, Qin Fengyang's stern but kind face seemed to appear in front of him, looking at him with a fierce face. "If you provoke me again, I'll beat you up," Qin Fengyang said. Zhuoxiaoduo's heart was instantly filled with sorrow. He muttered, "If you can, come out and beat me up. What's the point of talking without doing? Woo-woo." At this moment, his mind was in a daze. He didn't know where his heart was and couldn't find a place to return to. Back then, when Qin Fengyang was asked to return to be the principal, Zhuoqianglu and Zhuoxiaoduo made up countless excuses to coax Qin Fengyang back. The words that day were still ringing in his ears. They said that there would be a battle between the higher-ups in the future. Qin Fengyang could imitate Wang Feihong and step forward at the critical moment as a surprise attack. Every word was firm and resolute. If that day really came, Qin Fengyang would definitely be the first choice to go to war. Of course, with Qin Fengyang's strength and cultivation at that time, it wasn't unrealistic to use him as a backup. There was no doubt about it. However, as the situation developed, that kind of situation became less and less likely to happen. However, after a discussion between Zhuoqianglu and Zhuoxiaoduo, they didn't summon Qin Fengyang again. Zhuoqianglu and Wu Yuding did have some selfish motives when it came to the issue of Qin Fengyang's placement. On one hand, they were grateful for Qin Fengyang and He Yuanyue's sacrifice for Zhuoxiaoduo. On the other hand, they were grateful for their unswerving loyalty. Even if they were separated by life and death, they would still look after each other, that they really wanted to facilitate the reunion of these two lovers. Letting Qin Fengyang become the principal of second high school was based on this consideration. This pair of lovers had already suffered a lifetime of hardship. They sincerely hoped that they would be able to reunite. Even if it was in He Yuanyue's next life, they would be reunited after all. Especially with the existence of the red spider lily, there wouldn't even be the problem of recovering their memories, that it would allow them to experience a rare taste of happiness, that this was the joint plan of Zhuoxiaoduo, Zhuoxiaonian, Li Qinglong, Zhuoqianglu, and Wu Yuding. The placement of Qin Fengyang. Originally, this plan was carried out smoothly. Qin Fengyang also stayed in second high school well, and enjoyed several years of peace and quiet. However, Qin Fengyang never forgot the task entrusted to him that day. Not only did his cultivation not languish, but it also improved a lot. Some time ago, he suddenly felt that something wasn't right. The front line was about to start fighting, but there was still no news about his placement. Therefore, he took the initiative to contact Zhuoqianglu. Zhuoqianglu felt that if Qin Fengyang came to the front line where experts were as common as clouds, he should be fine. His entire family was a quasi-sage. In one force, there were 4 quasi-saints, more than 10 top-grade innate spirit treasures, 1 quasi-saint, and more than 10 peak grand heavenly realm experts. To be complacent, such a comprehensive combat power, was not much inferior to the demon race, which was known as the strongest among all the races. Not to mention, his son and daughter had a solid foundation, and their foundation, potential, and luck were amazing. Although they had only reached the quasi-saint realm not long ago, They were outstanding talents among the quasi-saints, and few could match them. To put it bluntly, even the demon emperor in Donghuang might not be a match for Zhuo Xiaoduo and Zhuo Xiaoyan. If Qin Fengyang wanted to come, there was nothing wrong with it. No matter what, they could ensure his safety. Therefore, they agreed without thinking. After a short discussion, they informed Qin Fengyang of the matter. But who would have thought that when Qin Fengyang was only halfway there, far away from Shangjing, and much closer to White-Haired Mountain than White-Haired Mountain, the Dragon, Phoenix, and Qilin clans launched an attack from all directions. If Qin Fengyang was only following a military order to go to Whitehead Mountain, no one could say anything about it. This was a military order. However, Qin Fengyang immediately turned around and went to Shangjing. Then, such a tragic event happened. No matter who it was, this was something that no one had expected. What he said in jest at the time stood up at the critical moment, and it became a prophecy, causing this farewell. Destiny made fools of people. Those who were destined to die did not die. Those who defied the heavens and changed their fates died. And those who were well prepared could not be protected. The situation had changed to this point. Zhuo Xiaoduo was so regretful that his intestines turned green. Could it be that this was retribution for boasting that he could predict all the heavenly secrets and protect everyone around him? He began to think that if he had let Qin Fengyang go to Whitehead Mountain in the beginning, perhaps this would not have happened at all. At least he would not have died. When he thought of this, he looked at the ancestral dragon, ancestral phoenix, and ancestral Qilin in front of him. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. It was these few fellows who killed my teacher Qin. Unforgivable. Don't let any of them go. Today, the three races will be wiped out, and will not exist in this world. Zhuo Xiaoduo's body was full of murderous intent. It added 30% gloominess, 30% grief, 30% anger, and 30% sharpness. Zhuo Xiaoduo in this state made the ancestral dragon and ancestral phoenix, who were hundreds of meters away, feel as if their hearts were being squeezed by a hand. They actually felt breathless. The battlefield was filled with incessant screams. The masters of the astral soul's human race became more and more ferocious as they fought. Now the situation had changed greatly. It was no longer a battle but a one-sided massacre. Later, the battlefield was filled with cries of "Take revenge for the heavenly king of the right. Take revenge for teacher Qin." And so on. Many vassal races of the dragon, phoenix, and Qilin races began to flee in all directions. At this moment, even their last bit of confidence had collapsed. It could even be said that even the minimum courage to fight had been completely destroyed and disappeared. Now there was only fear in their hearts. Originally, they had the advantage in numbers, and thought that they would definitely win this battle. Who could stop the three races when they joined forces? But now, the leaders of the three races were beaten up like buns, and were on the verge of death. On their side, there were almost no superclass experts, and a large number of those with weaker cultivation were killed. Many people thought that it was safer to hide in the center of the army, but they couldn't escape the fate of being shot to death. What kind of world was this? The only thing that everyone felt was that they had lost the most basic guarantee of safety. What else could they do if they didn't escape? The dragon, phoenix, and Qilin can't even protect themselves now. The situation has been set, and they have no strength left to protect us vassal races. If we stay here, only death will await us. Let's escape and leave it to fate. However, in this kind of battle, either the troops would fight stubbornly, or they would fight until they won. Only when the battle ended would it be considered over. The way the vassal races of the three races fled midway was truly seeking their own deaths. It was much easier to chase down these people who had lost their morale than to deal with an organized enemy. The deserters of the three races were easily killed by the experts of the astral souls as soon as they were caught up. They no longer had the courage to fight back. The troops of the three races who were still stubbornly resisting were surrounded by the army of the astral souls, who had the absolute advantage. Countless high-level demon beasts were captured alive, and they hurriedly begged for mercy. "I'm willing to be a human's mount. Don't kill me. I'm willing to be a human's mount, a spiritual pet, or a toy. I'm willing to. I'm willing to. I can fly, I can run, and I'm good-looking. I'm willing to be a human's. In short, under the threat of life and death, the three races showed all kinds of ugly behaviors in order to survive. Once they lost the pride in their bloodline, the so-called primordial dragon, phoenix, and Qilin races were nothing more than this. This was especially true for the vassal races of the three races below them. Some of the warriors of the astral souls hesitated because of this. They turned around and waited for further instructions from their superiors, other than thinking that by taking captives, they could further dissolve the last bit of morale of the members of the three clans. Subconsciously, they thought that it would be very cool to have such a beast as a mount, and it could even further improve their battle prowess. Dragon knights, phoenixes, and Qilin mounts. They were happy just thinking about it. Zhuo roared to the sky, "We don't accept captives." Almost at the same time, Li Qinglong roared, "Kill them all. Every one of their hands is stained with the blood of your comrades. Every one of their hands has the lives of your brothers. You want to forgive them?" Zhuo roared angrily. "How can you face your brothers in heaven when you have such selfish thoughts? Do you want to show off how cool your divine beast mounts are when you return home to your brothers' orphans and widows? Do you still have any sense of shame?" With this loud roar, the countless Star Soul soldiers seemed to have been enlightened. In that instant, their minds became clear again. "Yes, sir. We don't accept captives. Kill them all." Bright and shiny weapons rose into the air once again. They fell down. Blood flowed like a sea. The sky was dyed red. "Brothers, we've avenged you. Brothers, we've won. Heavenly King, do you see this? We've won." Countless warriors who were close to Yu Dongtian burst into tears. Yu Dongtian's sworn brothers, the masters of heaven, earth, sun, moon, and star were all gone. After this battle, only the wounded Master Yu was left. He racked his brains, tears streaming down his face as he desperately searched for his brothers' corpses. But when he got there, he only found half of Master Yu's head. As for the rest, they had already turned into fine powder. He looked up to the sky and howled. He wrapped all the daily necessities of his brothers together, lit a fire, knelt down, and kowtowed a few times, shouting, "Heavenly King, brothers are here. Heaven and earth, life and death." Before his voice died away, he broke his own heart meridians, burned his own divine sense, and killed his own soul. His wounded body fell into the raging fire with a loud crash. In an instant, there were no bones left, and he no longer existed in this world. He was very determined to die, and he didn't give anyone a chance to stop him. Looking at the bodies that were quietly burned in the fire, many people couldn't help but cry. "The battle hasn't ended yet. Why did you leave in such a hurry?" Nan Zhengqian burst into tears. "Go, don't disturb them." Yu Xingqian's expression was bleak. He seemed to have aged countless years in an instant. Even his usually straight back seemed to be bent. His brothers, the people he fought for all his life, are all gone. He lives alone. It's really worse than death. Let's fulfill his wish. On Zhuo sighed. Zhuo held two hammers in his hands and strode toward the ancestral dragon, primordial phoenix, and ancestral Qilin. The three of them were pale, and the corners of their mouths were full of blood. Only their gazes, which were fixed on Zhuo's approaching figure, were still ferocious. As ancient powerhouses, they knew the principle of survival of the fittest. Even if they knew that they were going to die, they would not beg for mercy. "Zhuo," the primordial phoenix gritted her teeth and said in a deep voice, "Don't tell me you don't want your wife to live." Zhuo frowned. "What do you mean?" The primordial phoenix sneered, "Ha ha ha ha. Fate really makes fools of people. Even though you have established the foundation of becoming a saint, you still can't escape the trap of karma." Back then, our phoenix race had already left behind a backup plan. When we were destined to leave this continent, we decided to leave behind the phoenix bloodline and the essence of the phoenix ancestor on this continent. Once the phoenix bloodline is formed, it will automatically give birth to a baby. Your family was extremely lucky. As the strongest astral souls on the continent, your parents discovered this baby and brought it home to raise it. In the end, it actually became your family's child bride. It's your wife, Zhuo. That's the cause. However, there are naturally consequences. Your wife is a backup plan that our race had set up long ago. How could we let her go? Even though she was born from the will of heaven and earth and naturally took human form, she is still related to the essence of our phoenix race. Do you really think that our race would give you a peerless genius seed for nothing? We knew that such a prodigy existed, but we didn't summon her back? This calamity of heaven and earth has affected all the races. Our race has already set up a seed for all the races. The dark phoenix of the demon race is not an exception. The primordial phoenix laughs sinisterly. Swordsmanship, how about we make a deal? Swordsmanship's expression was as dark as water. A deal? Before you understand the truth, what do you mean by your backup plan? What do you mean by the providence of your phoenix veins, the essence of your ancestors? Is it the essence of the phoenix race? Or the essence of your ancestors? What deal do I have with you? Primordial phoenix, aren't you going to explain the above to me in detail? The primordial phoenix sneered and said, Of course I have to explain it. Otherwise, how would you ignorant natives know about the shocking situation that our phoenix race has been planning for billions of years? I'd like to hear the details. Back then, the ancestral land was destined to collapse. All the races scattered. Our race had already made arrangements and scattered many seeds. For example, the demon race's vermilion bird, the western sex Mahamayuri, the demon race's dark phoenix, and so on all originated from our race. After that, they each had their own opportunities and formed their own karma. As for Swordsmanship, before we left, we cut off a corner of the phoenix race's providence. We used the only remaining essence core of patriarch origin phoenix as a carrier and left it in the phoenix veins of the ancestral land. It was naturally nurtured and waited for the right time. It could be said to be the biggest part of the plan. Since it's the biggest part of the plan, how could we not be prepared for her? The primordial phoenix said proudly, We left a trace of the absolute heaven poison in the essence core. The absolute heaven poison. Even the ancestral dragon and ancestral Qilin turned their heads and looked at the primordial phoenix in shock. Clearly, they didn't expect the primordial phoenix to have such a far-reaching plan. This earth-shattering event was simply unheard of. The absolute heaven poison can even kill a saint. The primordial phoenix sneered and looked at Swordsmanship. Swordsmanship sneered. What a shocking situation. What a far-reaching plan. However, do you think that I will believe you just because you casually made up some absolute heaven poison? Apart from the return of the dark phoenix, what other mighty figures have returned to your phoenix race? If you had made arrangements long ago, why didn't you activate the restrictions and force those people to return? A shocking situation, a shocking scam. The primordial phoenix also sneered. You can choose not to believe me, but use your wife's life as a stake. Swordsmanship squinted his eyes. Unless you bring out the evidence, it's just empty talk. You're just shooting off your mouth. The primordial phoenix said indifferently. I personally arranged this situation. Naturally, I have evidence. He circulated his energy, and a seven-colored light appeared from the top of his head. Within the light, there was an ice flame. In the center of the ice flame, there was a faint pink light spot. This is the absolute heaven poison. This poison is extremely rare. Swordsmanship is a corner of our race's destiny. We must add the strongest restrictions to her body to prevent a backlash. Now, as long as I crush this pink light spot, even if your wife has the cultivation of a saint, she will immediately die and be consigned to eternal damnation. The primordial phoenix said indifferently, I know that you're Shao and don't have much knowledge. You can find someone you know to see if I'm bluffing. There was no need to find someone to verify it. Swordsmanship knew that it was true. He had cultivated with Swordsmanship's soul many times. So he naturally knew that this mysterious ice flame and Swordsmanship's ice flame came from the same source. It was true. Looking at the expressions of the ancestral dragon and the ancestral Qilin, Swordsmanship was even more certain that it was not groundless. He pondered and said, Who is Origin Phoenix? The primordial phoenix's expression was a little ugly. Back then, two phoenixes were naturally born between heaven and earth. The first one was Origin Phoenix. She was from the same period as Lord Pangu. I only appeared after Lord Pangu opened the sky. However, it is not false that I am known as the first phoenix in this world. Because Lord Origin Phoenix was born before the sky was opened. After that, Origin Phoenix died. The primordial phoenix clearly did not want to talk about Origin Phoenix's past in detail, and intended to be vague. Swordsmanship sneered and said, "Died? How can a chaos creature, who was from the same period as God Panga, die for no reason? I don't think so, right? You must have used some kind of trick to kill her, and occupy the title of the first phoenix." Hee, if it weren't for this scheme, I'm afraid you wouldn't even say the two words Origin Phoenix, right? Also, your so-called cloth clan may not be fake, but many of those blood descendants are wandering outside. When they advance to a certain realm, they will naturally understand the past. They will be stupid if they come back. The primordial phoenix said coldly, "These are not the main point. It is irrelevant to talk about these. The main point now is that I have planted a poison in the depths of your wife's soul. Do you understand now?" The primordial phoenix said. Swordsmanship snorted and said, "All right, cut the crap. Tell me your conditions." His gaze was cold and hard, and there was killing intent that penetrated her soul. He stared at the primordial phoenix's face like a poisonous snake. The monstrous anger in his heart could not be suppressed. This bastard. He actually used the missing cat to threaten me. However, this move was targeted and hit the place that Swordsmanship cared about the most. He gritted his teeth in hatred, but he did not dare to act rashly. If this poison was planted in Swordsmanship's soul, then the leaders of the three clans in front of him would have been reduced to powder. How could Swordsmanship accept such a threat? However, it had to be on Swordsmanship. Yunjung, who came over at some point in time. His eyes were about to crack. Primordial Phoenix, to think that you are an ancient mighty figure. Now that the outcome is clear, you actually used such a shameless method to threaten us and try to escape. Do you have any shame? The primordial phoenix turned a deaf ear and said indifferently, "What I want will not be overboard. I only want to be able to retreat safely today. We will take the remaining troops away. In the future we will see. It is more advantageous for you to use this price to exchange for the life of a genius who has the potential to become a saint. As long as we reach a safe distance, I will naturally remove this absolute heaven poison. How about that?" Li Chenglong, who had rushed over, said coldly, "But how can we be sure that you can remove this strange poison that can kill a saint?" His words woke her up from her dream. How could this poison, which was said to be able to kill even a saint, be removed? Just based on the words of a guy whose cultivation had not reached the saint stage? If they were tricked by this guy, wouldn't Swordsmanship and the other higher-ups of the astral souls be extremely stupid? Li Chenglong took a step forward and looked at the pink and indescribably beautiful absolute heaven poison hidden in the ice flames. He said indifferently, "If my judgment is correct, the primordial phoenix, the phoenix head before the creation of the world, died under the absolute heaven poison, right?" The primordial phoenix's pupils constricted as she stared at Li Chenglong. Li Chenglong said, "If we take it a step further, even if the primordial phoenix was poisoned, she would definitely use her entire life's cultivation to resist this poison. In the end, she was still unlucky. After the primordial phoenix died, when you retrieved this poison, you fused it with the primordial phoenix's soul and divided it into two parts to form a bond, and then used this to set up this trap? There's no need to flatter yourself. What do you mean by setting up the clans and shocking the world? Even if you have the intention of setting up the clans, there are not many descendants of the Phoenix clan among the major forces. This is enough to prove that you are not popular. If you had said that all the great cultivators were the descendants of the Phoenix clan would have long been the leader of the clans. Now, why do you need to join forces with the other two clans to attack the astral souls? Only sister-in-law Little Nian was really set up by you. However, the reason why you did this was definitely not just to create a peerless genius who could surpass you and the primordial phoenix, a peerless genius who grew up in the human race and is destined to oppose you. So your original intention was to use the resources of the human race to help you nurture a super fighter? After all, as long as this poison is in your hands, no matter when, as long as you want to use it, you can use it to control sister-in-law Little Nian and threaten the related people who care about sister-in-law little Nian. Just like today, isn't it? Li Chenglong clapped his hands and said coldly, "This is a good plan, a good scheme, a good scheme. How despicable. Even if there's a chance, just like now, you can still use this to save your life, prolong your life, and even bargain. What a good plan. You used a divine item, like the absolute heaven poison, to beg for your life." He. Li Chenglong's sarcasm made the faces of the ancestral dragon, the primordial phoenix, and the primordial qilin turn red and white. They were almost too ashamed to show their faces. However, the three leaders did not say a word. Now this was their only chance of survival. Whether they could survive or not depended on whether the absolute heaven poison in the primordial phoenix's hand was effective. The screams in the surroundings were getting fewer and farther away. At this moment, most of the troops of the three clans had been killed. Zhou Xiaoduo did not give the order to stop the killing, and neither did Li Chenglong. The primordial phoenix did not ask for anything else, and left with his subordinates, because he felt that the sense of danger was getting heavier and heavier, and the suffocating feeling was getting stronger and stronger. Li Chenglong took a deep breath, and looked at Zhou Xiaoduo. He transmitted his voice, "Boss, why don't we?" Zhou Xiaoduo did not say anything, but his expression was getting colder and colder. There was complete silence. After a long time, Zhou Xiaoduo's face contorted in pain. He gritted his teeth and said, "This battle concerns the fate of the astral souls and the human race. The heavenly monarch of the right, Teacher Qin, Wang Lingyun, 5 of the heavenly monarch's protectors, 32 zenith heaven cultivators, 175 chaos prime seniors, more than 8,000 Dao integration cultivators, 153,000 Skysor cultivators, more than 3 million profound convergence cultivators, and more than 30 million below profound convergence cultivators." As he spoke, the rims of his eyes suddenly turned red. He gritted his teeth and said, "The culprit is right in front of us. I can kill them with the raise of my hand. I pray that the tens of millions of souls will not be forgotten. If I, Zhou Xiaoduo, let go of these 3 executioners whose hands are stained with human blood, because of my personal gains and losses, how can I, Zhou Xiaoduo, face the tombstones that stretch for thousands of miles? Nian Cat is my wife. I can make the decision for her. At most, when the world is peaceful, I'll reunite with my wife." Zhou Xiaoduo's lips were bleeding. "You want to threaten me? Are you crazy?" As he spoke, he raised his hand to kill. The primordial phoenix shouted, "Wait!" The primordial phoenix raised his hand high, and the pink light in the ice flame flickered even faster. Zhou Xiaoduo. When he saw Zhou Xiaoduo's eyes become more and more ferocious, he could not help but laugh wildly. Good. Since you're so righteous, I, the primordial phoenix, will not hesitate to die. I'll take your beautiful wife with me. Otherwise, wouldn't it be a waste of 1,000,000 years of planning?" Before he finished speaking, 2 fingers suddenly exerted force. Clearly, he was detonating the absolute heaven poison. The poison seemed to be in his hand, but it was actually connected to his mind. External forces could not stop it at all. Zhou Xiaoduo roared angrily, and was about to rush forward and kill this person. Right at this moment, a strand of sword light suddenly surpassed the flow of time and the limits of space, and it flashed through the air like a white steed flashing through a gap. Then a voice sounded indifferently, "I remember telling you not to use this to make a fuss. Why didn't you listen?" The primordial phoenix's 2 fingers moved, and his mind was activated at the same time. It should have been an irreversible explosion, but when his 2 fingers touched each other, and his mind was in a daze, he realized that the absolute heaven poison had disappeared. He cried out in disbelief, "Who is it?" Suddenly, a blue-clothed Taoist man appeared beside him. He carried a long sword on his back, and the sleeves of his clothes fluttered in the wind. He had one hand behind his back, and the other hand was fiddling with the absolute heaven poison. What was it? The ice flames jumped, still flickering with inexplicable magnificence. Zhou Xiaoduo cheered and jumped up, forgetting everything. The person who came had a handsome face and a tall figure. Just by standing there, he seemed to be stepping on the universe. It was the master of the Jie sect, the Grand Master of Heaven. One of the three pure ones perfected Shangqing. The primordial phoenix trembled and roared with all his might. Grand Master of Heaven, you haven't left yet. The Grand Master of Heaven smiled faintly. His eyes were sharp as he said, remember that in the Purple Cloud Palace, I told you not to act rashly. I'll protect Xiao Duo and little Nianer. He asked coldly, why? Can't you give me face? The primordial phoenix was so angry that he panted and coughed violently. Give you face? I'm about to lose my life. How can I give you face? But now, he couldn't say a word because he was in complete despair. Not only did Grandmaster of Heaven's sword take away the absolute heaven poison, but it also cut off the connection between his soul. At the same time, it took away a large part of his soul. And what caused this stunning effect was the immortal slaying sword Qi that was famous in the world. Good. The primordial phoenix laughed in despair. Grandmaster of Heaven, you are indeed the Grandmaster of Heaven. I admire you. Grandmaster of Heaven held the absolute heaven poison in his hand and said indifferently, good, of course it's good. It's a pity that you don't even have the right to bicker with me now. Xiaoduo roared angrily and raised his sledgehammer high, overflowing with killing intent. Puff, puff, puff. Thousands of hammers were smashed down in succession, without any fanciful tricks. The ancestral dragon, the primordial phoenix, and the Qilin did not resist at all. They did not move at all, and allowed the hammers to hit them. They were already in despair. No matter how much they struggled, it was useless. Before the primordial phoenix died, he only said coldly, Xiaoduo, you will never be able to cure your wife's absolute heaven poison. The absolute heaven poison, hidden in the depths of her soul, will grow stronger with the growth of her cultivation. Her comprehension of the ice flame is the starting point of her journey to the end. It's just a matter of time. Just you wait. Ha ha ha. The laughter was smashed by Xiaoduo, and then turned into a piece of minced meat. There was silence in the field. They came with great momentum, and were determined to win. The three races of the dragon and phoenix were overturned in one day, and eliminated from the world. Their nest. Xiaoduo would never let it go. Even at this moment, Li Chenglong had already begun to formulate a plan to eliminate all future troubles. After a while, the soldiers of the astral souls were all silently cleaning up the battlefield. They carefully rummaged through the debris on the ground, hoping to find traces of their brother's existence. During the battle, everyone was risking their lives. They were in a precarious situation, and had no time to care about how many people had fallen around them. But now that the battle was over, all the survivors regained their senses and rationality. Everyone was heartbroken and in pain. They choked with sobs as tears streamed down their faces. Searching carefully for her. At the edge, Mu Yinyan stood alone, like a soul that would disappear with the wind at any time, an empty soul. Bai Yunduo was not far from her, paying attention to her. She stood alone, and there was no familiar figure beside her. The two familiar figures were nowhere to be seen. Sister Lan had also died in this battle. Now, only a strand of long hair was left when Sister Lan self-destructed. That it proved that the woman who had been silent her whole life and sacrificed her whole life had once lived, fought, and existed. Mu Yinyan clutched Sister Lan's hair tightly in her hand, her eyes empty. Now at this moment, she couldn't find the meaning of continuing to live. She could clearly feel that this world no longer had anything to do with her. Yu Xingqian, the emperor of the star-plucking emperor, walked over with a complicated expression. After a long time, he sighed softly and said, Mu Yinyan you. But Mu Yinyan turned around, as if she had been electrocuted, and shook her head sadly. I am Mu Yinyan, and I have nothing to do with the heavenly king of the right. Everyone was silent. Mu Yinyan laughed self-deprecatingly and said softly, as if she was talking in a dream, he has already left. His wife is waiting for him over there. No matter if they are alive or dead, they are a pair for life and death, and they are very precious. No matter if it is this life or the next, they are a pair. I have no right to disturb them. Hearing this, Bai Yunduo and Yu Xingqian only felt a sharp pain in their hearts. For a moment, they were speechless and stunned on the spot. Yu Dongtian got what he wanted, and left without any worries. But Mu Yanyan, who was still alive in this world, would bear endless recollection and pain, without any hope. Even more than Yu Dongtian and Qin Fangyang, there was only despair. Because not only did she never have it, but she also never got it. Not only in this life and this life, but even in the next life and the next life, she couldn't look forward to and hope. Yu Xingchen scolded with a trembling voice and red eyes. This bastard. In his last moments, he is still harming people. He didn't harm me. He just misses his wife too much. I understand. Mu Yanyan whispered. If you want to blame someone, you can only blame me for having a face that is too similar. I envy the person who has the same face, that's all. Yu Xingchen said with a trembling voice. Child, you should be the reincarnation of Fenghua. Little you or shouldn't be mistaken. Whether I am or not, it doesn't matter anymore. From now on, it is only Mu Yanyan, and it can only be Mu Yanyan. Mu Yanyan smiled bitterly and said, I'm leaving. Bai Yunduo's body trembled. Where are you going? She asked. Mu Yanyan shook her head blankly. I don't know. The road is under my feet, and I will go wherever I go. Then why do you have to go? If you stay with us, Bai Yunduo was only halfway through her words. Please forgive me. I'm going to be a deserter. Because I really don't know who I should fight for, who I should live for. I don't have any goals anymore. Mu Yanyan slowly turned around and bowed to the battlefield that was being cleaned. She slowly but firmly kowtowed 3 times. She was at a loss. I hate you. You miss your wife, but you came to provoke me. After touching my heart, when I began to try to accept and look forward to the future, you only got an apology in return, and you turned into eternal dust and immortal star. With your death, perhaps you won't let down everyone in the world. You won't let down your brother. You won't let down Nian Fenghua, and you won't let down the entire continent. But you are worthy of me? Are you worthy of me? Should I hate you? She was at a loss for a moment, then stood up and went away like a ghost. Don't follow me. I'm afraid to see you. I don't want to see any acquaintances, and I don't want to remember those old things. Bai Yunduo chased after her for 2 steps, then stopped in a daze. She understood this sentence very well. In the future, no matter who it was, the people present today, if they appeared in front of Mu Yanyan, it would be an unspeakable hurt to her. Mu Yanyan's speed was not fast, and could even be said to be very slow, but it was full of an empty atmosphere, and determination. From afar, everyone could clearly see that the thing that floated away was just an empty shell. It wasn't a living person. Bai Yunduo watched Mu Yanyan gradually go further and further away. She actually widened her eyes and looked at her with tears flowing like a spring as she slowly went further away. Mu Yanyan's black hair, at a speed visible to the naked eye, gradually turned gray and white and slowly became the same color as her white clothes. A field of snow white. Her white hair fluttered in the mournful wind. Finally, she disappeared into the distant wilderness, and could no longer be seen. That he was like a wandering soul that had permanently dissipated between the heavens and the earth. For a moment, she could not help but feel sad, and couldn't help crying bitterly. I left a spiritual imprint on her body, Yu Xingchen said shakily. Let this girl calm down for a while, rest for a while. After the war then. Bai Yunduo shook her head with tears streaming down her face. Along with the shaking of her head, her tears sparkled and scattered everywhere. She did not speak. She did not have the heart to speak, because she knew in this life, perhaps no one would be able to find Mu Yanyan, or see Mu Yanyan. As a woman, she knew Mu Yanyan's current situation, and could understand and empathize with her. Old man, you don't understand women. You don't know when a woman reaches this step, she is really disheartened, and has nothing left to live for. Later, the spiritual imprint that Yu Xingchen left on Mu Yanyan, for some reason, disappeared without a trace. In this world, no one had ever seen Mu Yanyan again, until after the war, when the strong people of this world had left this world for a long, long time. An old lady with white hair and wrinkled skin appeared in Phoenix City's No. 2 high school. No one knew where she came from, and no one knew what her real name was. They only knew that she called herself Ziyin. This old lady Ziyin taught students in Phoenix City's #2 high school for a short few years. One day, when the sun rose, purple clouds came from the east, and purple clouds filled the sky. She seemed to suddenly feel something and quietly left Phoenix City's #2 high school. Facing the sun, she headed east. From then on, her whereabouts were completely unknown. Chapter 14:19. Take this. Tong Tian handed the absolute heaven poison to Zhou Xiaoduo. Is this really a poison that can kill a sage? Zhou Xiaoduo asked. Yes, it is. Since you know the origin of this thing, do you know how to detoxify it? Zhou Xiaoduo had high hopes for the sect leader. The sect leader shook his head. This thing has never appeared in the world, and I don't know much about it. However, this poison did kill the primordial phoenix in the past. It is no different from a sage, and it might even be stronger than a sage. You can only find a way to detoxify it slowly. At the very least, I can't detoxify it. Perhaps in the future, when your cultivation has reached a level that transcends the way of heaven, you will be able to detoxify it. What should I do now? Should I just let this time bomb stay in my body? Zhou Xiaoduo was dumbfounded. What are you afraid of? The sect leader was a little amused. Half of it is in your hands. If your wife still can't sleep peacefully, I really don't know what else is safer. As long as you don't activate it, the poison won't break out even after billions of years have passed. Zhou Xiaoduo asked worriedly. Will it affect my ability to give birth to a child? The sect leader touched his nose and said, This. I really don't know. You can try it yourself. As far as I know, as long as you don't activate it, it won't affect you too much. That's good. Zhou Xiaoduo was relieved. He carefully put away the absolute heaven poison and placed it in his mind's divine sense space. In this way, even if all the experts in the world, including the way of heaven, joined forces, the most they could do was to kill Zhou Xiaoduo. However, they would never be able to take away the absolute heaven poison. To think that even a saint would not be able to cure this poison. Looks like I'll have to level up and surpass a saint. The road ahead is long, I can't slack off. Zhou Xiaoduo muttered to himself. According to the prime of Tong Tian, Origin Phoenix is not inferior to the sages. She might even be stronger than them. Therefore, it is not safe to just surpass the sages by one level. It would be best to surpass them by a few levels. Only by surpassing 10 levels would I have a 90% chance of success. Nian Nian Cat is also improving with me, so it will be even faster. When I'm able to turn a saint expert into dust with a single breath, I feel that it's about time. At the side, the prime of Tong Tian rolled his eyes. Clearly he felt offended. His fingers twitched, almost gripping the hilt of his sword. He sighed and said, The other purpose of our visit this time is to bid you farewell. After we return, we will be leaving. Sect Master, may I ask where you plan to go? The starry sky is vast. Where can't I go? Isn't it too fast? No, we're already too late. If we're any later, we won't be able to avoid the vortex of catastrophe. The prime of Tong Tian smiled warmly. Indeed, he could have left long ago. The main reason why he stayed in this world was because he was worried about the relationship between Zhou Xiaoduo and Zhou Xiaonian and the Phoenix race. Now that he had completely settled it, he could be considered to have returned the karma that Zhou Xiaoduo had done back then. He no longer had anything to worry about. Actually, I have a space. I have already opened the earth, fire, water, and wind, and it has become a new world. Zhou Xiaoduo said, I remember that you were very interested in some of the completely open worlds that I mentioned. The prime of Tong Tian looked at him from the corner of his eyes. I really don't know where this kid got his courage from. He actually wants to put me and my Jie sect into his space? If it was really as he thought, wouldn't the entire Jie sect become his personal fighters? This brat is really bold. Who gave you the courage? Ahem. I'm just saying. What if you agree? Who can't have a little extravagant hope? Smack! The well-mannered prime of Tong Tian finally broke his cultivation. He could not help but knock on the kid's head. He scolded, Get lost! Then, he floated up and disappeared in a flash. However, a ring fell from the sky and accurately landed in Zhou Xiaoduo's palm. The prime of Tong Tian's voice sounded from the bottom of his heart. This is all the ancient books that I have studied in my life. They are all jade slips and divine consciousness. They can be considered as branches of the GSX inheritance. You can mess them up. When your new world is really opened, it will be scattered in the new world, waiting for fate. Back then I comprehended and cultivated bit by bit. The descendants can't get it too easily. You don't cherish it. If you don't cherish it, you won't have much motivation to move forward. You can set up any obstacles in this inheritance. I'll entrust it to you completely. If the Jia sect doesn't succeed in the starry sky, it will naturally turn into ashes somewhere in the starry sky. Then, this will be the only inheritance of the Jia sect. Actually, I really want to see if there will be another prime of Tongtian after a few years. As for that person, how far can he go? The prime of Tongtian's voice was ethereal and sorrowful. In fact, there was one thing he did not say. There was also the cultivation method that he had created after being trapped in the God investiture tribulation in his life. However, he had only completed half of it, and the process was still being explored. Even the prime of Tongtian himself did not know how powerful this cultivation method would be. His voice was so faint that only Zhou Xiaoduo knew it in his heart. In a flash, the prime of Tongtian disappeared completely. Zhou Xiaoduo put away the ring carefully. Hearing the prime of Tongtian's words, he thought of something interesting. He couldn't help but let his imagination run wild as he looked at the little dragon, who had already devoured the fortunes of the dragon, phoenix, and Qilin races, flying back with a satisfied expression. When the new world is really established, I will also throw in everything I have learned in my life. When all the clans are wiped out, I will also throw in the cultivation methods of each clan. I don't know if there will be another prime of Tongtian, but it will be difficult for another one like me to appear. Hee. Zhou Xiaoduo could not help but laugh to himself, as he imagined the scene a few years later, where someone would treat his foot-washing cloth as a treasure. Should he rub a few mud balls from his body and throw them in? Maybe they would be treated as divine creation pills? Zhua, what are you laughing at? Why are you laughing so sneakily? Li Qinglong approached and asked curiously. Nothing. Zhou Xiaoduo looked at Li Qinglong vigilantly, as if he was guarding against a thief. Why are you sneaking here? Why aren't you working? By the way, when will those IOUs be redeemed? Li Qinglong immediately fled. Boss, don't worry. I will repay them in this life. The war was finally over. They were cleaning up the battlefield and preparing to pay respects to the heroes. However, Zhou Xiaoduo had already disappeared. He was already on his way to reinforce Wuchanglu and Wu Yuding. In the southern battlefield of the astral souls, the battle between the human race and the demon race had already reached a state where the sun and moon were unable to shine. The devastation of the battle could no longer be described as just shocking. Zhou Changlu, Wu Yuding, Long Yuxing, Wanli Xiu, and the hundreds of Dao integration stage chaotic essence cultivators, and 6 million soldiers that they had brought with them had already been wiped out by the time Zhou Xiaoyan arrived. That's right, they had been wiped out. There were less than 800,000 soldiers left, and they were still putting up a resistance. This was a casualty ratio of less than 1 in 10. Escape? Strategic retreat? On such a large-scale battlefield, there was no escape. No matter how they tried to escape, they would not be able to. Once they turned their backs to the enemy, they would only die faster than if they were facing the enemy head-on. They were all powerful beings who had experienced hundreds of battles, who didn't understand this principle. Moreover, they had all rushed over to reinforce the human race. Wouldn't it be the biggest joke if they were to abandon the battle and flee? Even if they knew that they would die if they continued, they could only grit their teeth and persevere with all their might. Every minute counted. The more demons they killed, the more capital they would earn. The soldiers of the astral souls, who were still fighting, no longer thought about what to do after they survived. Instead, they racked their brains to think about how they could take away as many demon bastards as possible before they left. A series of explosions rang out continuously from all directions. These were the self-detonations of the human warriors and demon warriors. They were continuously self-detonating. They were using all means to kill the enemy. More and more demons gathered. Wu Yuding, Zhuo Changlu, Long Yuxing, and Wanli Xiu worked together to support each other. With their tacit cooperation, they were indeed able to stall the demon ancestor Rahu to the greatest extent. However, they no longer had the energy to take care of the others on the battlefield. The demon ancestor was too strong. The god-slaying spear's lethality was too fierce. It was beyond their imagination. When the four of them joined forces, their combined combat strength should be above the demon ancestors. In fact, they were much stronger than him. However, the actual battle situation was that they were suppressed by the demon ancestor Rahu alone. Not only were they at a disadvantage, they were also constantly injured. If the four of them did not have a large piece of heaven-mending stone on them, if one of them was in danger, the other would have to risk his life to save them. Perhaps none of the four of them would be able to survive until now. However, since the battle had reached this stage, they could only try their best to hold on. They could only drag it on for as long as they could. Zhuo Zhonglu's cultivation was the strongest among the four of them, but he was also the one who suffered the most injuries. His entire body was riddled with wounds, and his entire body was riddled with holes that had been pierced by the god-slaying spear. In the end, the heaven-mending stone had also turned into powder in his hands, and there was no longer any leeway to turn it around, that he could not help but turn to look at his wife. Wu Yuding's condition looked even more miserable than his. Her hair was disheveled, her body was covered with cuts and bruises, and her face was deathly pale. The heaven-mend stone in her hand had been used up even earlier than Zhuo Zhonglu's. Long Yuxing staggered. At this point, he no longer had the strength to transform into the azure dragon. He could only hold on with all his might. One of Wanli Xiu's shoulders had been injured and shattered. She had used up the last of the heaven-mending stone. Unfortunately, the remaining energy was not enough to heal her injuries. Fortunately, the demon ancestor Rahu was also not having it easy. The wounds on his body were even more than the four people in front of him. He did not have the heaven-mending stone to heal himself. The demonic aura of the god-slaying spear was also dim. However, his overall situation was still much stronger than the four of them. However, the demon ancestor Rahu did not expect that the four human ants in front of him would be able to fight him for so long. Even though they were defeated, pushed back, injured, and seriously injured, that they still charged forward again and again to block his path. They were not afraid of death. They knew that if they continued to fight, they would definitely die. There was no chance of luck. However, none of them retreated. They had already spent too much time in this battle. Let's end this. The demon ancestor Rahu raised the god-slaying spear. Copious demonic aura was poured into it. The god-slaying spear shone brightly again. Zhuo Zhonglu laughed. Ha ha ha. The demon ancestor is indeed an invincible expert. To have such a battle, this life is worthy of you. This life is worthy of you. Long Yuxing coughed and laughed, then followed up with a sentence. The demon ancestor took a deep breath and said, Left Minister of Astral Souls, I admit today that you are a good opponent. It's a pity that you can no longer continue. This battle should end. With this attack, I will send you on your way. To be called an opponent by the demon ancestor, I am deeply honored. Zhuo Zhonglu used all his strength to lift the Sky Patrol saber and propped himself up. He said, This day in life is inevitable. Please. The four of them struggled to stand up. They gathered their remaining strength and waited for the final attack. The demon ancestor roared and was about to attack. At this moment, his eyes suddenly flashed. He took 3 steps back for the first time. In front of him, the space suddenly tore apart. A chilling light surged out forcefully. Demon ancestor Rahu, don't be presumptuous. In the blink of an eye, thousands of miles were wrapped in silver. All the demon soldiers in this area were turned into ice sculptures. Although the Tao integration stage chaotic prime and above did not turn into ice sculptures, they still had difficulty moving. Even the god-slaying spear was covered in frost. Demon ancestor Rahu, you haven't won yet. His white robe flickered as Zhuo Xiaoyan stepped forward. The spirit snatcher sword flashed with cold light. She stood in front of Zhuo Zhonglu and the others. Zhuo Xiaoyan had been rushing with all his might, and at the last moment, he finally arrived. She could not help but breathe a sigh of relief when she saw that her parents were still alive despite their injuries. Then Yun Xiao and Zhu Yan appeared in a flash from the torn space. The ice flame blazing sky swept over. As the ice sculpture was ignited by the sky-scorching ice flame, Zhu Yan swiftly moved Zhuozhanglu and the other three to the rear. Meanwhile, Xiao controlled the Grand Sun primordial fire and added another sea of flames to the icy plain, wreaking havoc on the battlefield. In less than 10 breaths, the surging Grand Sun primordial fire forcefully separated the armies of the two races. It even used the blazing Grand Sun primordial fire as a barrier to divide the battle into two. After forcing Rahu to retreat, Zhuoxianyan's ice flames followed the direction of the Grand Sun primordial fire and continued to spread out. Everywhere it passed, all the demon experts were attacked by frost. Those with weaker cultivation were all frozen into ice sculptures. Yun Xiao held the golden dragon scissors and leaped into the air. Her power was locked onto the demon ancestor. Demon ancestor Raha's condition is not good now. It's better not to act rashly. Yun Xiao said calmly. Don't force me to make a move and create unnecessary karma. Rahu saw the opportunity and did not continue the battle. He glanced at Yun Xiao and Zhuoxianyan laughed and flew away. His actions were extremely carefree. He was well aware that he was in a slightly better state than Zhuozhanglu and the other three. However, he wasn't sure how much stronger he was. In fact, he was almost like an arrow at the end of its flight. If he was facing an ordinary opponent, he might be able to put up a fight. But facing Zhuoxianyan and Yun Xiao, if he forced himself to fight, not only would he be left with irreparable injuries, he might not even be able to withstand the joint attack of Zhuoxianyan and Yun Xiao. With that thought, he turned around and said calmly, since the Astral Soul's continent is not destined to die, then today's battle will end here. After saying that, he gave the order to retreat. The battle ended the moment the reinforcements of the Astral Souls arrived. The god-slaying spear circled in the air and slowly landed. Demon ancestor Rahu waved his hand and kept the god-slaying spear. He did not stay any longer and turned to leave. The demon army retreated quickly like the tide. Zhuoxianyan still couldn't believe it until the demon army had retreated to the end of the horizon. They retreated just like that? What did I do? Why did the demon ancestor retreat the moment I arrived? Am I that powerful? Zhuoxianyan turned around and looked at Fairy Yun Xiao, not knowing what to do. Yun Xiao knew very well. She even guessed what demon ancestor Rahu was thinking. The current situation was very clear. Other than saint-level experts, no one in the world could face the siege of Zhuochanglu and the other three experts for a few hours without suffering any losses. Although demon ancestor Rahu was extremely powerful and was second only to saint-level experts, he was not a saint-level expert after all. The reason why a saint-level expert was a saint-level expert was that other than his realm, his recovery speed was much faster than other realms. Strictly speaking, it was purely based on combat strength without using the saint-level domain. There was not much difference between a saint-level expert's power and a saint-level expert's power. In a short battle, it was hard to say who would have the upper hand. However, as the battle dragged on, the difference in their states would appear. A saint-level expert could be at the peak of his power for a long time, but a saint-level expert would not be able to recover in time due to the huge amount of output. Demon ancestor Rahu was the best representative of this type. With the god-slaying spear in hand, he was quite confident even if he faced a saint-level expert. In a head-on battle, he could really have the upper hand for a certain period of time. This was the fundamental reason why Zhuochanglu and the other three experts could not defeat him, even when they joined forces. This demon was really powerful, so powerful that it was shocking. However, Rahu was facing the joint forces of 4 experts, including Zhuochanglu and Wu Yuding, 2 saint-level experts. After such a long battle, he had consumed a lot of energy. When he was exhausted, a new enemy suddenly appeared. Other than being difficult to defeat, another extremely important thing was that most of the other operations had failed. In other words, at least one of them had failed. What was worse was that Zhuo Xiaoyan and Yun Xiao were in their peak states when they arrived. Didn't this mean that the battle over there had ended very easily? Under such circumstances, demon ancestor Rahu quickly came to a conclusion. Even if he used all his trump cards and won the battle, he would most likely not be able to kill his way in from this side. Moreover, Rahu was not confident that he could defeat the two major forces in front of him, and the danger of their death. Zhuo Xiaoyan and Yun Xiao were both related to Grandmaster Tongtian. One was his disciple, and the other was the benefactor of the Jia sect. No matter which of the two was hurt by him, he would inevitably have to face Grandmaster Tongtian. Among all the sages, Rahu was most afraid of Grandmaster Tongtian. The other sages were more concerned about their reputation, and were not good at attacking. Even if he faced them directly, Rahu was confident that he could escape unscathed. However, Grandmaster Tongtian was also in charge of killing weapons. His murderous heart was not inferior to Rahu's. He was also a very protective ancestor. Once provoked, he would not rest until one of them was dead. Especially now that the Jia sect had no target, it was the delicate moment before they left that they were bored out of their wits. If fiend ancestor Rahu caused trouble at this time, it was very likely that it would be a super luxurious gift for the departure of the Jia sect. Rahu could even imagine that if he killed Yun Xiao, the entire Jia sect would descend on his head with a bang. They would beat him up crazily and turn him into ashes. Then, they would leave satisfied. That was probably the case. On the other hand, if fiend ancestor Rahu was defeated by Zhuo Xiaoyan and Yun Xiao because of fatigue and injuries, or died in their hands, that not only would the Grandmaster of Heaven and the entire Jia sect not care, but they would also praise him and spread the news everywhere. It was the same as using the fiend ancestor's life and eternal reputation as a springboard to help the two girls. Fiend ancestor Rahu was naturally even more unwilling to do such a thing. That's my life. Therefore, fiend ancestor Rahu turned around and left without hesitation. He could not stop now. He had to weigh the pros and cons and retreat. Fiend ancestor Rahu could roam the world unhindered. How could he be a brave man? How could he not understand the pros and cons? He retreated as soon as he said so. He did not hesitate at all. After Rahu left for a while, he, who had already left the continent, clearly sensed something. The ancestral dragon, the primordial phoenix, and the ancestral qilin have fallen. Fiend ancestor Rahu was speechless. They died just like that. Rahu's malicious eyes looked in the direction of the astral souls, and did not move for a long time. If I were to fight against the combined forces of the dragon, phoenix, and qilin, in terms of combined combat strength, the dragon and phoenix would be stronger after a long battle. However, I can use the power of the god-slaying spear to kill one of them. Although I will inevitably have to pay a price, it is more likely that I will have to escape at least one or two of them. It will be difficult to chase after them. Fiend ancestor Rahu felt fear for the first time. Could it be that the person who attacked is stronger than me? Is he closer to the saint realm than me? Thinking of this, he immediately ordered the demon army to retreat another 8,000 kilometers. As he thought about it, he suddenly remembered that he seemed to have seen Juyen just now. His heart trembled, so he ordered all troops to retreat to the demon continent. That in fact, fiend ancestor Rahu had obviously overinterpreted the fall of the three heads. He only sensed the fall of the dragon and the phoenix, but he didn't expect that the dragon, the phoenix, and the qilin would be in the same situation as him. After a great battle, they would meet Zhuo Xiaoduo, who was at his peak. Of course, even if Zhuo Xiaoduo took advantage of the situation, the number of people in the world who were qualified to do so could be counted on one hand. That the demon army finally retreated. Zhuo Zhonglu and Wu Yuding finally heaved a sigh of relief. Long Yusheng and Wan Lixiu also felt the same way. The four of them felt relaxed at the same time. Then they fainted one after another. There was only one thing to be thankful for. They won. Zhuo Xiaoyan rushed over. She first checked on her parents' condition and fed them a few pills. Then Long Yusheng and Wan Lixiu. And finally, she ordered the remaining leaders of the demon army to gather. She gave out a large number of pills to stabilize the injured and pull the dying back. As for cleaning up the battlefield, It could be delayed. At the moment, they had to save the lives of those who could survive first. After busying herself for a while, she stood up and looked at the scene of devastation. She couldn't help but sigh deeply. As far as the eye could see, there were corpses that stretched as far as the eye could see. In some places, there were even piles of corpses that were tens of meters high. In many other places, there were huge pits, which should have been caused by the explosion. However, each of these huge pits was filled with corpses. The pungent smell could not be blown away, even if Swixiaonian waved her hand to summon a strong wind. Plumes of thick smoke rose from the battlefield, and were blown far away by the wind, that the wind whistled and whimpered. It was as if the souls of tens of millions of people who had died in the battle were hovering in the air, unwilling to leave. A total of 6 million soldiers, 5,219,327 died in the battle, and the rest were seriously injured. Zhuo Zhonglu's battle against the fiend race was desperate to the point where it could not be any more desperate. In the entire continent, only Zhuo Chonglu and his wife could complete this task, and hold on until Zhuo Xiaonian's reinforcements arrived. Even if Zhuo Xiaoduo and Zhuo Xiaonian were here, they might not be able to do it. Only Zhuo Zhonglu, who was astute, calm and steady, could present such a result of the battle. In short, when Zhuo Xiaoduo arrived, not only was the battle over, even the battlefield was almost cleaned up. Countless corpses of demons were gathered together, and turned into thousands of mountains. Then they were gathered together and burned. They had to be burned. After the battle, if these corpses were not dealt with properly, it could easily cause a huge plague to sweep across the entire continent. The corpses of the warriors of astral souls were also being burned. However, each of them had a place to return to, under the careful care of their comrades who were still alive. Their ashes were collected and placed together with the relics they found. With so many corpses, it was naturally impossible to pull all of them back. However, out of the 5,210,000 soldiers who sacrificed their lives, only less than 2 million of them were left with ashes. The rest only had a name. Many of them were found on the flower list before the war, because the troops they were in had completely disappeared. From the commander to the ordinary soldiers, not a single one of them was left. And such troops were not a small number. They could be found almost everywhere. After all, nearly 90% of the 6 million soldiers had died. Such a tragic result caused all the surviving Star Soul warriors to feel a heart-wrenching pain, as if their guts had been cut to pieces. After Zhuo Chonglu woke up and learned about the result of the battle, he almost fainted from the heartache. "How's the situation in Shangjing?" Zhuo Chonglu asked. After learning about the situation in Shangjing, Zhuo Chonglu was speechless for a long time. His whole body was trembling slightly. One day, in just one short day, the continent of astral souls lost 50 million elite soldiers. Most of these dead soldiers were veterans who had fought in the Sun and Moon Pass for more than 100 years. Every single one of them was the best of the best. They were elites who had been fighting with the Umno Alliance for thousands of years. They had been through countless trials and tribulations to cultivate these elites. After the battle, 50 million of them had died. Zhuo Chonglu clutched his chest in heartache. His face was pale, and he didn't breathe for a long time. "There's no war for now. Return to Shangjing and prepare to pay respects to the martyrs." After Zhuo Chonglu finished speaking, he walked out with Wu Yuding. He checked the names, belongings and family information of every soldier who had died in the battle. He looked at the names that used to be alive, but now they were silently curled up in a palm-sized jar. "That all of you are 8 feet tall. Brothers, you are all curled up in this small jar. Can you even move freely?" Zhuo Chonglu didn't even look at 1% of the names, but he already felt that he couldn't control his emotions. But he still persevered, and looked at them one by one. "They are all my brothers. They have gone on their way, but I have to look at every single one of them." Zhuo Chonglu looked at them one by one. His heart felt like it was being stabbed by a knife. The familiar names made his heart tremble. It was as if he could still hear the vows of these warriors in front of him. "We are willing to follow the minister and fight hundreds of battles. Protect my home, protect my people. What is there to fear? I will die 10,000 deaths. When he closed his eyes, he could still feel them charging behind him. He could still hear them roaring resolutely, "Kill!" Zuochanglu's tears flowed down his cheeks. He remembered some of the names clearly. These people had been at the Sun and Moon Pass since they were young. They had been fighting for thousands of years, but they had never enjoyed the prosperity of the world. In their long lives compared to ordinary people, they had only been fighting. Before the war, there was once a warrior who laughed and said, "After this war, I will definitely ask for leave to go back and see the legendary feasts and the legendary modern pleasures. I have lived my whole life, but I have never even gone to a nightclub." Now they were all lying in this small jar. They would never have the chance to see it again. They had given their all, their lives, to protect the prosperity of the world, to stabilize their homes, and to create peace. But they didn't even get to see their achievements until they died. It's not fair. I am too harsh. Zuochanglu looked up at the sky and sighed. Brothers, if there is a next life, I hope you can still be my soldiers. At that time, I will create all the benefits for you. I can't bear to part with you. Don't worry, I will take care of all the funeral matters. I will protect all the family members. I will not allow them to be bullied. Leave in peace. We will meet again in the next life. I hope to share the prosperity of the world with you in the next life. I hope that in the next life, there will be no war, no danger, no hardship, only peace and harmony. This life is too tiring for all of you. Take a break, take a break. Chapter 1420. 5 days later. 3 teams led by Zuo Xiaoduo, Zuo Xiaonian, and Li Chenglong had returned from annihilating the Dragon, Phoenix, and Qilin races. From this moment on, the Dragon, Phoenix, and Qilin races were history. Even all the inheritances of the 3 races had been looted by Zuo Xiaoduo. At this moment, a majestic monument had been erected in Shangjing City. Behind the monument was a huge palace that was far more majestic and solemn than the Imperial Palace. Heroic Spirit Palace. Memorial tablets were placed inside. The few people in the middle had portraits, and the ones in front of the portraits were their individual memorial tablets. They were the Heavenly King of the Right, Yu Dongtian, Wang Feihong, Qin Fangyang, Saber Demon, and other heroes who had perished in the heavenly tribulation. The doors of the Heroic Spirit Palace opened, and the people who had come to pay their respects filed in. This was the unanimous decision of everyone. Annihilate the 3 races completely, and offer sacrifices to the heroic spirits with the ashes of the primordial gods. Now this day had finally arrived. In the portrait, Yu Dongtian stood with his hands behind his back and stood in the clouds. White clouds flew wildly, and his clothes fluttered in the wind. There was no trace of his previous cynicism. There was only disdain and infinite sharpness in his eyes. Wang Feihong stood with his sword behind his back, his face cold and proud. Qin Fangyang's face was filled with a warm smile, but his eyes were filled with determination. Behind him were rows of memorial tablets. They were so densely packed that it was too much for the eye to take in. Wang Lingyun's memorial tablet was placed behind Wang Feihong. Zuo Changlu and Wu Yuding stood in front of Yu Dongtian's memorial tablet and stared at the name on it for a long time. Finally, they could not help but tremble, and tears fell like rain. "Little Yuer," Wu Yuding cried out in pain, feeling as if her heart and liver had been shattered. "I've raised you for so many years, but I've never thought that there would be a day when I have to send you off. Why don't you come out and push the blame again? You heartless thing." Wu Yuding's tears gushed out like a fountain. "If you leave like this, who will you be able to face?" Zuo Changlu took a deep breath and tried his best to stabilize himself before supporting his wife. His feelings for Yu Dongtian were no less than his own wife. At this moment, he felt as if a pot had been opened in his heart. On the other side, Yu Xingqian was sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed. Silently, tears rolled down his cheeks. Zuo Xiaoduo, Li Chenglong, and the others all knelt in front of Qin Fangyang's memorial tablet with tears streaming down their faces. "Teacher, teacher." Zuo Xiaoduo, Li Chenglong, Yu Moyan, Long Yusheng, Wan Li Xiu, Li Chengming, and the other 5 students from Phoenix City's second high school knelt and kowtowed. They were paying homage to this teacher, who had single-handedly created their knowledge, martial arts foundation, outlook on life and values. He had always been a role model for them. From the beginning to the end, Qin Fengyang had always been their guiding light in their lives. Later on, they were promoted to Hidden Dragon Academy. Later on, Qin Fengyang went to the capital to teach. Later on, when he came to Phoenix City, he single-handedly fought against 3 tribes and protected the capital. It's said that in the new society, there's no need to kneel. But how can a teacher like this not be worthy of our worship? Teacher Qin will be our teacher for life. To be taught by such a teacher in this lifetime is the blessing of 3 lifetimes. Zhuo Xiaoduo's tears gushed out like a fountain. From the moment he entered the martial arts class, the past was still vivid in his mind. Every detail of the past flashed before his eyes. For a moment, he felt as if a knife was being twisted in his heart. If I could have dealt with the Ashura tribe earlier if... Zhuo Xiaoduo's heart was filled with regret. He hated his previous decision. Li Chenglong and the others raised their heads and quietly looked at Qin Fengyang's face on the portrait. They allowed their tears to flow freely, but they did not wipe them away. Teacher, don't worry. We will definitely protect the stability of the continent. The first batch of people to pay their respects were the emperor, the marshal of the 4 directions, and other high-ranking officials. Everyone stayed in the hall for a long time. The entire capital was filled with the smell of incense and candles. Almost every family had erected the memorial tablets of the heavenly king of the right, Qin Fengyang, and the others. The mountains and rivers were covered in mourning, and the cries of the people shook the heavens. With the passing of a heavenly king, the people of the astral souls had lost their pillar of support. The sacrifice of tens of millions of soldiers caused many families to lose their pillars of support. The entire astral souls fell into a sorrowful atmosphere. Cigarettes and paper money were scattered all over the sky. The tens of millions of memorial tablets in the heroic spirit palace stood upright, solemn and motionless. They were like an orderly army that was ready to set off. It was as if under the leadership of the heavenly king of the right, who stood tall in the clouds with his hands behind his back, they were continuing to fight in another world. They no longer cared about the sorrow and joy of the astral souls. Zhuo Changlu and the others walked out of the heroic spirit palace. Everyone was still unable to calm down, and traces of tears could be seen. In the huge square outside, countless soldiers were already lined up neatly, stretching all the way out of the square. The soldiers watched as Zhuo Changlu and the others left the heroic spirit palace. Everyone bowed in unison, their eyes full of respect as they looked at the group of people. They were the true high-ranking officials of the human race, and the hope of resisting the other races. They were the true main force. It was also them who held up the sky of the entire human world, preventing the star soul human race from being annihilated. Greetings to the minister and the emperor. Zhuo Changlu waved his hand and said in a low voice, "Go in and pay your respects to the heavenly king and our brothers." He could only wave his hand, and the group of people disappeared without a trace. Everyone respectfully watched them leave. Then, group by group, they filed in to pay their respects to the heroic spirit palace and mourn the martyrs. The construction of the heroic spirit palace added a sense of solemnity to the whole of Shangjing City. The entire Yu clan was dressed in mourning clothes as they sent the heavenly king of the right off. There were hundreds of thousands of people who came spontaneously along the way. If it weren't for the ban, the number would have only increased. It would have been reasonable for all the people of Shangjing City to send him off. Zhuo Xiaoduo and the others went to the heavenly king of the Yu clan to offer incense. That at night, the high-ranking officials of the astral souls gathered together. Zhuo Changlu, Wu Yuding, Qin Sha Sword Sovereign, the 4 great commanders, Lei Changtian, Zhuo Xiaoduo, Zhuo Xiaonian, Li Chenglong, and the others were all present. Taoist Lei and the others from the Tao League also rushed over. However, they were all seated at the back. The 5 Taoists looked haggard. They didn't have the sage-like demeanor of the past. Their hair was really white, but they didn't look childish at all. The high-ranking officials of the astral souls were all present. Only Yu Xingchen wasn't here. Today was the day of Yu Dongtian's funeral. Emperor Zhaixing had returned to the Yu clan early. Tonight this old man must be very sad. Zhuo Zhonglu and Wu Yuding weren't the only ones who had to send off their children. Yu Xingchen was the one who had to bear the pain of losing his son. Everyone was very sad about the death of Yu Dongtian, Qin Fengyang, and the others. However, they had to live on. No matter who died in the cataclysm, it could happen in the blink of an eye. Nothing was impossible. For example, Zhuo Chonglu, Qin Fengyang, and the others were in a precarious situation when they fought against the demon race's Luo Ho. If Zhuo Xiaoyan and Yun Xiao hadn't arrived in time, they would have most likely died. Even though they defeated the allied forces of the 5 races, there were still many difficulties ahead. They couldn't afford to be careless. For us, we've passed the most difficult stage in the struggle for hegemony over the continent. After this battle, not only the Dragon race, Phoenix race, and Qilin race were completely annihilated. The Lord of Azura, Nether River Patriarch, has also suffered great losses. His overall strength has fallen to the bottom of all the races. He can't reach the top anymore. Also, the Tao League has decided to submit to the Astral Souls and integrate into the Astral Souls. The Spirit race isn't known for their combat strength, and they're not good at fighting. If we persuade them nicely, they might follow the example of the Tao League. What's left are the Wu people, the Demon race, the Western sect, and the Demon race. Zhuo Chonglu reported the situation in a low voice. The Demon race suffered great losses in this battle. They lost more than 30 million soldiers. However, this isn't the main point. After all, as long as the Demon race has demon ancestor Luo Ho, it's enough to pose a great threat to us. Zhuo Chonglu said slowly. The most important thing is that after the battle a few days ago, I can clearly feel that there's a strange fluctuation in the demon ancestor Luo Ho's cultivation. It's very likely that he comprehended a new realm during the battle. In other words, he might be on the verge of a breakthrough, or even in the midst of a breakthrough, if my feeling is right. At this point, Zhuo Chonglu sighed. Wu Yuding, Long Yusheng, and Wan Lixio didn't look good either. Everyone was astonished. The demon ancestor Luo Ho's breakthrough should be facilitated by the few of us. Zhuo Chonglu explained rather helplessly. At that time, the 4 of them were trying their best to deal with the demon ancestor. Naturally, they neglected that in this battle, the demon ancestor wasn't the only one bullying them. The 4 of them fought back with all their strength, which also posed a great threat to the demon ancestor Luo Ho. The experience of walking on the edge of life and death in battle had always been to strengthen one's foundation. Strengthen one's foundation, accumulate experience, and even break through one's current realm. Therefore, a breakthrough in battle wasn't a rare thing for a heavenly son of heaven. However, no one would have thought that the opponent they thought they were just trying their best to deal with and barely holding on would have a difficult time coping with it. It even made this old demon, who had no scruples in the ancient times, have a realization because of the fierce battle, that he kept using the pressure of the 4 of them to taste the danger of life and death again and again, and then tried the possibility of a breakthrough. In fact, if one thought about it carefully, although Zhuo Chonglu and Wu Yuding had just broken through to the sage to be level, they were fundamentally at the same realm as the demon ancestor. Their all-out attack could of course pose a considerable threat to the demon ancestor. There was also Long Yusheng and Wan Lixio. The combined strength of the 4 of them wasn't weaker than the demon ancestor. They could really surpass him. However, the upper limit of strength was never the same as the limit of strength. Zhuo Chonglu, who knew the truth of this, felt that this wave was simply fucked up. We were fighting with our lives, but the other party was using our lives. Ever since he became the sky inspecting minister, this was the first time he had tasted such a feeling. However, he was helpless and couldn't interrupt the other party's realization. He could only follow the other party's pace. This was because if he relaxed, one of the 4 of them would probably die immediately. As long as any part of their cooperation was broken, the other 3 would only be defeated faster. Especially in the situation at that time, no one was allowed to leave the battlefield and escape alone. This is fine. The next time we meet the demon ancestor, let me deal with him. I don't believe he can overturn the heavens. Zhuo Xiaoduo said sarcastically. This sentence instantly attracted 3 rolls of eyes. Zhuo Changlu, Wu Yuding, and Lei Changtian. Dad, Mom, and Grandpa. In one sentence, Zhuo Xiaoduo had collectively offended them. Zhuo Changlu was indescribably unhappy. You mean I'm not as good as you? And the kind that's greatly inferior to you? Wu Yuding also felt the same. Even if you're stronger than your mother, you don't have to announce it like this, right? Are you not putting your mother in your eyes and heart? You're really too unfilial. There was also Lei Changtian, who had a stomach full of strange feelings. Deal with the demon ancestor. That I'll let you deal with the demon ancestor. That what the fuck? That although he knew that the demon ancestor they were talking about wasn't him, he still felt uncomfortable. After all, that was his nickname. That do you think you can deal with me? You brat, are you trying to rebel? Don't you know how to be filial? Lei Changtian was full of displeasure. He couldn't help but snort a few times. Zhuo Changlu's gaze immediately swept across his face. Lei Changtian suddenly became serious. He said flatteringly, Boss, what's your order? Zhuo Changlu, and Wu Yuding's faces darkened at the same time. On the side, Yin Zhonghu, Nan Zhengxian, and the others were expressionless. They looked up at the sky. The beam in this room was really worth studying. Everything else was insignificant. They were all younger brothers. Then there's the demon race. Zhuo Changlu thought for a long time when he mentioned the demon race. He said, Xiaoduo, in your opinion, is it feasible to have a gentleman's battle with the demon race? Everyone's expression became serious. A gentleman's battle. If they could really have a gentleman's battle with the demon race to decide the winner, it would be enough to avoid countless casualties. In terms of strength, the demon race was the strongest race. If they avoided the final battle, they could easily avoid hundreds of millions of casualties. But would the demon race agree? Zhuo Xiaoduo pondered for a long time and smiled bitterly. I'm really not sure about this. If it's a battle with the Wu people, it's possible. But the demon race, it's difficult. The reason why I didn't mention the Wu people is because of this. Zhu Wu of the 8 great clans has returned to the world. Although the overall combat power of the Wu people has soared to the top of all races, a gentleman can bully them. I mean, we can take it slowly with the Wu people. There will be plenty of opportunities. Zhuo Changlu sighed and said, The most difficult thing to deal with now is the Western sect. I still can't see through them. What are the 2 sages thinking? Zhuo Xiaoduo said. Previously, sect leader Tong Tian said that this clear heaven's tribulation is the only chance for the sages to escape. So, the 3 pure ones left one after another at the beginning of the clear heaven's tribulation. And sect leader Tong Tian will leave immediately after helping us this time. Because once the continent is united, the heavenly Tao will be complete and will be controlled by the heavenly Tao again. Zhuo Xiaoduo pondered and said, Does this mean the 2 sages of the Western sect will also leave? If they leave, what will they do? On the other hand, if they can't let go of the Western sect, will they do something else? Anyway, I don't believe that they will be willing to be the pawns of the heavenly Tao forever. Everyone fell into deep thought. This was indeed a confusing and inexplicable situation. Zhuo Xiaoyan frowned and thought for a long time. Then she said, Dad, if you become a sage, will you be willing to be the pawns of the heavenly Tao forever? This question was really earth-shattering. Zhuo Changlu pondered and pondered. After a long time he answered, Everything in the world has its advantages and disadvantages. This time, the clear heaven's tribulation made me break through and become a sage to be. After the battle with the demon ancestor, not only did the demon ancestor's bottleneck loosen, there is a great chance for him to go further. I also gained a considerable amount of benefits. I feel that I'm not too far away from that step. If I can become a sage, then, as long as the human race can exist forever and become the dominator of the continent, in the future, we can live in peace and prosperity. So what if I become the pawns of the heavenly Tao? What if the human race can't become the final dominator? Yin Zhonghu asked. Then, there's no need to think about it. Zhuo Changlu smiled casually. Because if that's the case, I would have already fallen in the battle for the survival of my race. I'm afraid I won't even have the chance to become the pawns of the heavenly Tao. Everyone was silent, but they could not help but admire him. This sentence had already carried out Zhuo Changlu's life. He would do his best until his death. He would rather die in glory than live in dishonor. As long as the human race exists, he would naturally protect them. The human race would only cease to exist after he fell. It was that simple. Everyone's work was done. Naturally, it was Li Chenglong's turn next. While everyone was talking, Li Chenglong had already finished drawing a new map of the continent. The Dao League's dragon, phoenix, and Qilin were no longer included on the map. Although the Azura tribe had not been destroyed yet, Li Chenglong's map did not show the extent of their power. Obviously, in the eyes of the swollen military advisor, the Azura tribe was no longer a concern. The human race, the spirit race, the Wu people, the demons, and the Western sect. Li Chenglong pointed at the 5 directions on the map. The human race is now in the northernmost area. Another great advantage after this battle is that we don't have to consider the possibility of being attacked from the front and back. The Wu people are in the south. The spirit race, the demons, and the Western sect are in the east, south, southeast, and southwest respectively. However, in the general direction, we don't need to send troops to guard the north. We don't need to send troops to the west either. The troops of the entire continent can be concentrated on this line. Our other advantages. This line happens to be the Sun Moon Pass and Whitehead Mountain. The weakness is the Dao League's defense line. There is no heroic soul pass. Li Chenglong said. That way, if the enemy attacks, be it the demons, the astrals, or the monsters, they'll all be heading towards the Dao Alliance continent. They definitely won't choose to attack the Sun Moon Pass or Whitehead Mountain. If the Wu people want to attack us, they will have to go through the Sun Moon Pass. The threat of the Wu people. Can we ignore it for now? Li Chenglong asked. After all, the astral souls and the Wu people were in an alliance before. Of course, no one could be sure whether the Wu people would break the alliance agreement and attack them. After all, it was no longer a matter of victory or defeat. It was a matter of the survival of the human race. It involved the entire race and went beyond principles. Any noble hero could instantly become the most despicable and shameless bastard in the eyes of the enemy. There would be no criticism. If one still talked about loyalty and principles with the enemy when it came to the survival of the human race, then one was not a hero, but an idiot. Therefore, no one could guarantee that the UMNO alliance would not add insult to injury. Right now, Li Chenglong also had a headache. We can't find the target. Right now, the battle between the Wu people, the demon race, and the Western sect is still ongoing. Li Chenglong rubbed his eyebrows and said, Then let's do this first. Order Taoist Thunder and the others to build the Brave Soul Pass while moving the people. The requirement must be no less than 5,000 passes. Besides, we have to prepare more than 200 million elite soldiers. The kind that can be deployed at any time. We can't just be their protection. They have to pay a price. If the Dao Alliance doesn't do anything, and we protect them all, what's the point of belonging to them? Isn't it like raising rice worms? Taoist Thunder, Taoist Wind, and Shuang Shuyu's faces turned red. Their breaths were heavy, but they couldn't do anything. Because although Li Chenglong's words were impolite, it was an ironclad fact. If you don't do anything, why do we need you? Okay, we will do our best. Taoist Thunder said with a dark face. It's not about doing your best. It's about doing it. Li Chenglong's face was stern as he said in an impartial manner. 5,000 brave souls must be passed. The quality of the brave souls must be met. Furthermore, 200 million elite soldiers can only be more, not less. This is the sincerity that the Dao Alliance must show. Taoist Thunder sighed and said firmly, We will do it. Only then did Li Chenglong give up. Taoist Wind sent a voice transmission to Taoist Thunder indignantly. Boss, this little bastard is taking revenge on the Dao Alliance for assassinating them back then. He's too narrow-minded. Such a narrow-minded person. But halfway through the transmission, Taoist Thunder stopped him with a stern look. What time is it now? You're still in the mood to talk about this. Are your eyes blind? Previously, the 5 of us were considered the best in this group of people. Naturally, we had the right to speak. However, The 5 of us are actually ranked last amongst this group of people. Moreover, this is because the Tao Alliance can't find anyone with a higher cultivation base than the 5 of us. Otherwise, we wouldn't even be able to attend this meeting. Now, you still want to talk about the assassination back then? Are you looking for trouble for yourself, or for the Tao Alliance? Now that they had decided to join the alliance, they were a family. Their interests were aligned. What was the point of talking about these things? It was really inappropriate to talk about being persecuted. Taoist Thunder still believed in Zhuo Changlu on this point. If Li Chenglong really had selfish motives, Zhuo Changlu would definitely stop him. To be fair, Li Chenglong's request, at least in Taoist Thunder's opinion, was reasonable. At most, his tone was a little harsh. That was all. When it came to a real war, there would definitely be sacrifices. But the higher-ups of Astral Souls could not bring themselves to use the entire Tao Alliance army as cannon fodder. Zhuo Changlu looked at Li Chenglong and the others with a comforting gaze. With so many people here, Zhuo Changlu could see the prosperity of the human race. There was hope for the future. Previously, the entire continent couldn't even gather half of such a large force. But now things were really different now. Just looking at these energetic young people, Zhuo Changlu was suddenly filled with confidence. The current situation of the continent was improving bit by bit. Everything was moving in the direction of the ideal. What else did he have to worry about? The foundation of this group of little fellows was shockingly deep. In the past, there was not a single genius like them. That's all for now. Li Chenglong decided. Let's wait for the battle between the Umno Alliance, the Demon Race, and the Western Sect to come to an end before we continue. Let's see what the outcome of this battle is. Only then can we sort out the situation and take advantage of the situation. Hence, the meeting ended. 3 days later, the battle between the witches, demons, and Buddhists finally came to an end. Astral souls attacked from all directions. It seemed chaotic, but in fact it ended in less than a day. Although the battle was tragic and the casualties were shocking, it was short. The battle between the witches, demons, and Western Sect lasted for 10 days. The demon race suffered heavy casualties. The Wu people also suffered heavy casualties and almost caused internal strife. This was because the higher-ups of the Wu people suffered casualties. 3 Grand Magi died in battle. Grand Magi Lei Bao, Grand Magi Ranju, and Grand Magi Zhu all died in this battle. This was the first time in tens of thousands of years that a Grand Magi of the Wu people had died. It was unprecedented. The reason for this situation was because of a wrong judgment of the situation. Because of the wrong order and wrong timing, they attacked and lost their lives. The Flood Witch was heartbroken. She directly went to find Dijiang Wu, who was in charge of the battle command, and quarreled. She directly smashed Dijiang Wu's table into pieces and pointed at his nose. She was extremely sad and angry. What do you fucking know? So what if you're older? Do you know how to command? Do you understand the battlefield? This is war. This is not a fight in the martial arts world. War requires teamwork. It's not the same as the one-on-one battles in the ancient times. Dijiang Wu's face darkened, and he did not say anything. However, Changliang Zuwu stood up and refuted the flood. In other words, there was naturally a unified strategy in war. You're just a junior. How could you have the right to speak here? That the Flood, which was even angrier. She stood up on the spot and argued with each other. The situation took a turn for the worse. In the end, the Flood Witch and Changliang Zuwu fought on the spot. In the battle, Changliang Zuwu was seriously injured. He was almost smashed into ashes by Flood's Thousand Souls Nightmare Hammer. The Great Fire Magi and the other Zuwu came up to mediate the fight. It was not easy to persuade both sides. The Flood Witch was still angry. She held 2 hammers and pointed at the other Zuwu. She said loudly, "If I had known that you would do this, I wouldn't have tried so hard to rescue you. In the past tens of thousands of years, we've done a very good job. With one heart, there's nothing we can't do in this world. In the face of countless strong enemies, we can always maintain the situation of the Wu people. When have we ever caused the death of any of our brothers? We can have the current situation. We have allies outside, and we are united inside. But as soon as you came out, you became the enemy of the whole world. Now because of a wrong strategic decision, you've ruined 3 of my good brothers. If I had known, why would I have saved you? Did we save you just to harm our brothers' lives? You don't understand strategy or tactics. Why do you have the power to command in your hands? Do you really think that it's still the ancient times, where you can be brave and have nothing to worry about? So what if you're a hero? What's the use of having heroes who don't feel sorry for their deaths? Why would we let you ruin the elites of the Wu people? The Flood Witch scolded for a long time. All the Zhu Wu were red in the face and couldn't say anything. Even as the Flood Witch scolded, he still couldn't calm down. Instead, he became more and more depressed. He had no confidence in the future of the Wu people. The 12 shamans of the Umno Alliance have never been killed. Their fate is complete. They are the foundation of the Umno Alliance. Originally, when the 8 Zhu Wu returned, their fate suddenly flourished. However, their fate is unstable and will inevitably decline. Now that 3 shamans have died, this will be the starting point of the gradual decline of the Wu people's fate. Perhaps the fate of the Wu people is to fight against the heavens and the earth, and then die. It was like this in the ancient times, and it's still like this now. What can we do if our fate is like this? The Flood Witch turned and left. His entire body was filled with desolation. He had painstakingly maintained the situation for tens of thousands of years, but in the end, he only hoped to return to this situation. The Flood Witch's heart was as cold as death. The overall strength of the Umno Alliance had indeed increased. How could it not be strong with the addition of 8 pre-saints? Looking at all the races in the universe, who could bring out a lineup of 8 pre-saints at once? However, with the return of the Zhu Wu, the highest decision-making power and command authority had also fallen. At least in the eyes of the higher-ups of the Wu people, it had evolved into a situation where an outsider was commanding an expert. The 8 Zhu Wu were all experts in one-on-one combat. At the same time, none of them had the ability to command. However, they were all ancestors. Who dared to command them? If it was just a mission to kill the enemy, all they needed to do was point at the target. Kill that team, that person. They could casually send out any one of them to take the head of a general from an army of 10,000. It would be a piece of cake. This wasn't bragging at all. It was the truth. If they only said, "We need to guard this mountain pass. We can't retreat even a single step." Then, they could casually send out any one of them. It would be like one man holding back 10,000 men. It would be guaranteed that their defense would be watertight and unbreakable. However, when it came to putting these people on the command post to command the battle, the result was even more terrifying than an outsider commanding an expert. They were too used to thinking about problems with their own thinking and commanding the army with their own combat methods. However, could an ordinary army be as fast as them? Could they be as powerful as them? Strictly speaking, their plan wasn't wrong. They had already intercepted the 4 demon crown princes and the 2 great saints, Vermilion Bird and Black Tortoise. They had also completed the encirclement. In such a situation, the demon race would definitely come to help. Therefore, the Rock Demon Master came to help. Dijiang Zhu Wu sent out 3 great shamans to intercept the Rock Demon Master, that as long as the 3 great shamans could stop the Rock Demon Master, they would definitely be able to defeat this elite team of the demon race. There was no doubt about it. However, Lei Bao, Ranju, and Zhu Meng were only great shamans. How could they be a match for the Rock Demon Master, who was a top-level half-saint? Sending the 3 of them was no different from sending them to their deaths. Some knowledgeable people raised doubts, but it was useless. How could they question Zhu Wu's strategy? As a result, not only did the 3 great shamans fail to stop the Rock Demon Master, they even caused their own army to be wiped out. After that, the Rock Demon Master led the army straight into the battlefield and supported the elite team of the demon race inside. They cooperated from the inside and the outside, and defeated the Wu people's army instead. The Flood Witch, who only knew about this after the battle, was furious. You sent a baby to stop a big man. What the hell were you thinking? What were you thinking about with such a weird commander? After asking, she found out that the few Zhu Wu didn't take the Rock Demon Master seriously. They felt that any one of them could stop the rock demon master. This kind of thinking was so weird that water had entered their brains. How could the flood witch not be furious? She could accept her brothers dying on the battlefield, but dying in such an unjust way that the flood witch couldn't accept it. The higher-ups of the Wu people fell out on the spot and almost broke up with each other. Raging Fire, Icy Abyss, Golden Scale, Poisonous Wind Emperor, and the other great shamans all left with the flood witch. Only the 8 Zhu Wu were left in the tent, looking at each other in confusion. Gong Gong Zhu Wu sighed and said, "You can't blame them for being angry. Dijiang, the results of the last few battles were really bad. They were so wrong. We can't use the same old tactics after tens of thousands of years." Dijiang Zhu Wu said sullenly, "I'm just trying to gain experience. Do you think I want to be defeated and be humiliated by those guys?" Sigh. The few Zhu Wu sighed deeply. They also felt that the situation wasn't as optimistic as they had imagined. The Wu people back in the day seemed to have been wiped out like this. Now, the shamans had finally recovered some of their vitality. Could it be that they were going to use the same method to destroy them? Were they going to be wiped out again? Maybe we should hand over the command, Gong Gong Zhu Wu suggested. However, this suggestion was immediately rejected by the other ancestral sorcerers. We're all ancestors. Why should we listen to a bunch of kids? We've eaten more rice than they've walked on. Ridiculous. We've been fighting since the ancient era. Who have we ever been afraid of? Emperor Donghuang? Bullshit. I'm not afraid. No one has ever been able to command me, except for Gong Gong Zhu Wu and Candle Dragon Zhu Wu. Only Dijiang Zhu Wu, who had just made a mistake, was a little bit regretful and a little bit shaken. As for the others, they still firmly denied it. If this goes on, I'm afraid we'll repeat the mistakes we made, and even destroy the Wu people's hard-earned future. Gong Gong Zhu Wu looked up at the sky and sighed deeply. The Wu people were all gloomy. The monsters weren't having an easy time either. Compared to the Wu people, the monsters were severely injured. The White Tiger Saint, one of the 4 extreme saints, was ambushed by the Western sect. He was forced to burn his soul to its limit. Although he managed to hold on until reinforcements arrived, his soul was already exhausted, and there was nothing he could do. Emperor Jun's heart ached. Looking at the White Tiger Saint, whose lower body had already turned into specks of starlight, Emperor Jun activated all his power, trying to delay the White Tiger Saint's death. "Your Majesty," the White Tiger Saint smiled and held Demon Emperor Jun's hand. He said softly, "Don't waste your cultivation anymore. I have already reached the day of nirvana. Before I leave, I have something to ask of you. Go ahead. My White Tiger race doesn't have any outstanding descendants. I've searched my entire life, but I still haven't passed down my legacy." The White Tiger Saint smiled and said, "Just a while ago, I accidentally found 2 baby sword-winged tigers. They were very talented. However, I could only bring them back, but their foundations weren't solid enough. I couldn't pass down my legacy. I thought I still had a lot of time to train and nurture them, but now I'm afraid it's impossible." Looking at the relatives of the White Tiger clan, there is no one with exceptional aptitude. However, there are actually countless people who practice crooked practices and have ulterior motives. Now that I have left this world, how can those 2 young beasts keep their inheritance? I'm afraid that they are in a precarious situation and can only be divided among themselves. Your Majesty, please help me pass down my legacy. I hope that in the future, my White Tiger race can still be loyal to Your Majesty." After the White Tiger Saint finished speaking, his body turned into starlight and disappeared, reaching his chest. He held Emperor Jun's hand tightly and pleaded, "Your Majesty." "I agree." Emperor Jun's tears fell. "White Tiger, brother, this journey is all thanks to you. Today, as a brother, I will help you. I hope that in the next life, we can reunite." As he said this, he resolutely plucked out a golden crow feather and used the backtracking technique. After 30 breaths of time, the golden crow feather turned into flames and burned the half of the White Tiger's body that hadn't been dissipated by the starlight. That weak soul power was enveloped by the Grand Sun True Fire. Emperor Jun opened his mouth and swallowed it into his stomach, keeping it in his sea of consciousness. White Tiger, wait until we either rule this world or settle down in the starry sky. At that time, I will nurture your true spirit. Even if it takes forever, I want you to return. Don't worry, your White Tiger race's legacy will not be cut off. I will help you protect those two sword-winged tigers. Go in peace. In the distant Western race, it was a different scene. After the war, the Western sect had captured countless Wu people of the demon race. There were millions of them. It's enough. When we leave, there will be enough people to spread the Tao in the starry sky. Everywhere we go, there will be people to spread the Tao. Excellent. 9,800, rounded up. Chapter 1421. On this day, only Li Chenglong and Zhou Xiaoduo sat side by side on a hillside outside Shangjing City. Ever since the Battle of the 10 Directions Encirclement, all the officials and people in Shangjing City had sent off the dead soldiers. The atmosphere in Shangjing City had become unprecedentedly gloomy and solemn. Everyone's heart was heavy. Almost no one in Shangjing City was smiling. The passers-by were all in a hurry with gloomy faces. The whole city was filled with an oppressive atmosphere that made it hard for people to breathe. Even though many days had passed, this kind of oppressive atmosphere was still increasing, day by day. Zhou Xiaoduo had an indescribable and complicated feeling for the Palace of Heroic Spirits. As long as they entered the Palace of Heroic Spirits, they wished they could stay there every day to be closer to the dead. They could feel their lives and souls being purified bit by bit. However, when they didn't go there, they were very afraid of going there. That was because the sourness, the disappointment, and the feeling of the world being empty were really uncomfortable. They even thought that they would never set foot in it again, and never see the people they missed. That way they would think that they were still alive, that if they didn't go there, they would miss it. If they went there, they would be sad. The negative emotions were increasing day by day. They couldn't get rid of them, so they simply ran out to relax. The situation of the battle between the Wu people and the Western sect has been reported. Li Chenglong said, the battle is also unusually tragic. It doesn't seem to be a fake battle. Zhou Xiaoduo nodded. White Tiger Star of the Demon Clan was also annihilated. On the contrary, the Western religious sect gained the upper hand. It is said that they have captured millions of soldiers of the two clans. According to the information given to me by sect leader Tong Tian, this is the usual practice of the Western religious sect. They habitually convert the creatures of other clans, bring them into the Western religious sect, and turn them into their own force. In the past, it was like this in the investiture of God's cultivation tribulation and the journey to the West. Now, it is probably like this. Li Chenglong pondered and said, but I think the Western sect is planning to leave. Zhou Xiaoduo scratched his head and said in surprise, how did you come to such a conclusion? Boss Zhou, you only saw the Western sect's advantage in this battle. Why don't you think deeper? According to the intelligence, this battle should have been started by the Western sect in some way. And what they did after that could be said to have revealed their purpose. When the two sides fought, they took some advantage and left immediately. The reason why they risked defending both parties and provoked a huge battle. Their intention was definitely not to fight for hegemony. Instead, they wanted to withdraw and leave after getting some benefits. They could also use that to make up for the combat power of Chan School and Jie School. This move was very ruthless. After the battle, although the liches and demons are angry, they have to deal with the post-war affairs. If they want to take revenge, they won't do it now. This gap is the best time for the Western sect to withdraw, and it is also the last time. Li Chenglong said, if we miss this opportunity, the liches and demons may join forces to fight against the Western sect. How can the Western sect withstand the attacks from two sides at the same time? Are you sure that the Western sect will give up the opportunity to clear the heavenly tribulation and become the protagonist of the world? The reason is simple. The Wu people, the Demon Clan, the Human Clan, the Demon Clan, and even the Spirit Clan are all bloodline clans. But the Western sect is not. The Western sect is a sect. Since it is a sect, it needs to develop followers. And in a special environment like the ancestral land, disciples, especially those with high quality and high cultivation, who can do everything directly, are not easy to develop. I even suspect that the reason why the 3 pure ones left so quickly might be because of this. In the war between clans, you want to develop the backbone of the fighting clans as followers. It's easier said than done. Although the Western sect has kidnapped many liches and demons, as long as they haven't left the ancestral land, they can't convert these people. So they must leave. Also, with the combat power of the sage, they can use this opportunity to break away from the shackles of the heavenly Tao. It's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. What's more, once they leave this world, the 2 sages of the Western sect will be truly free. They can even find a planet with life, and develop the entire planet into a Buddhist kingdom. Then, they can spread Buddhism to more universes. There will be no power to restrain them anymore. To be fair, if it were you, would you leave or not? Swordsmanship immediately nodded. I understand. If it were me, I would leave too. So this time, they snatched a group of people from the 2 clans. Li Qinglong sighed. It is said that there are more than 8 million of them. There is no lack of high-level combat power. Swordsmanship's face twitched. Li Qinglong said, back then, during the Great God Conferment Tribulation, the feud between Jie School and the Western sect lasted for hundreds of thousands of years. It is said that they only swept away 3,000 mortal guests. Now this wave of 8 million, although the quality is far inferior, the quantitative change is enough to trigger a qualitative change. Li Qinglong chuckled coldly. They're really generous. Moreover, after these people are taken away and leave this world, they will have a lot of time to collect and sort them out. In the future, they will be under the Western sect. There will no longer be a situation like Chan School and Jie School, where they have merit and belong to others, because the roots of this world have been broken. So, if it were you, wouldn't you do it? Swordsmanship sighed dejectedly. If it were me, I would do the same. Moreover, I would only take away more people. Isn't that settled? Li Qinglong chuckled and said. But in order to avoid some unexpected situations, they still need to do something before they leave. Otherwise, there will be flaws in this matter. Seeing that you have the pearl of wisdom in your hand, you must know what else they want to do? I can't think of anything. Retreating now is already a huge advantage. They have achieved their greatest goal, and they have retreated unscathed. What else can they do? Swordsmanship was only feeling now was that Li Qinglong, yes, not only Li Qinglong, but these people who played tactics were all dirty. The only oversight now is not on the side of the magi and demons. The simplest and most direct example is that the Western sect took away so many people from the Wu people and the demon race. But what if the Wu people or the demon race won in the end? In the end, which one of the Wu people or the demon race will become the only master of the ancestral land? Li Qinglong rolled his eyes and said, if that's the case, then all the merits of those who were taken away from the ancestral land's sovereign bloodline will still belong to the ancestral land's clan, because the other side has its roots. If I were the 2 sages of the Western sect, in order to eliminate this possibility, I would definitely find a way to cut off this root and this possibility. That is, the Western sect will leave and go out to conquer the world, but the magi and the demon race won't be able to stay here. So, what we are going to do next is very likely to be a change that will greatly benefit the human race. Because only when the races other than the magi and the demon race become the masters of this world, they can relax and expand their territory as much as they want without worrying about future troubles. Based on the current strength of all the races, the human race is the most likely to seize this benefit. Li Qinglong said, the only uncertainty now is that we don't know how far they will go, but I have no doubt that we will benefit from it. Swordsmanship was completely shocked. Damn it. How meticulous was his calculation? Wasn't it too sneaky? Swollen, could your heart be any dirtier? Just wait and see. Li Qinglong glanced at Swordsmanship mysteriously. Swa, if I'm right, you will soon have a big gift. A big gift? For me? Swordsmanship pointed at his own nose. Let's make a bet. If I'm wrong, all my IOUs will be doubled automatically, Li Chenglong said. If I'm right, all my debts will be written off. This is a fair bet, isn't it? You think too much. I never gamble. So Xiaoduo very straightforwardly refused. How dare you trick me? Even if I don't believe the prediction of a military advisor, I won't bet with you. How dare you dream of writing off all your debts? You don't look good, but you're dreaming. Boring. You're really boring, too ungentlemanly. You've wasted so much of my saliva for nothing. Li Chenglong was very disappointed. This was an excellent opportunity to be debt-free. How could he have missed it? It couldn't be helped. Zhuo was such a person. Li Chenglong felt that he was more skillful than Zhuo Xiaoduo when it came to scheming. This guy was definitely not as scheming as he was. However, there was a big advantage to this guy. Well, it might be the biggest disadvantage for debtors like Li Chenglong. That was, once something fell into his pocket, he would never take it out again. No matter how smart you were, how extravagant your words were, and how you had thousands of brilliant plans. Zhuo Xiaoduo, who adhered to rules, would not be fooled. Even if there was only a 1 in 10,000 chance of winning, he would not give you this 1 in 10,000 chance. He would only say, "You want to fucking cheat me? Your interest should be increased." Sure enough. You brat, you actually want to scam me. You should raise the interest a bit more. Zhuo Xiaoduo stared at Li Chenglong from the corner of his eyes. Li Chenglong was like a deflated ball. He sat down on the ground. His heart was dead, and he had nothing left to live for. As expected, my understanding of Boss Zhuo was deep to the bone. I guessed that his words were 100% correct. Sure enough, it was the most unreasonable sentence. I analyzed for a long time, but in the end, I did not take advantage of him at all. Instead, I lost interest worth a few continents. If it was during the peaceful era, Zhuo, you would definitely become the richest man on the continent. However, you might be captured early and killed. Li Chenglong sighed. Faced with such a mischievous loan shark, even someone as ruthless as him was at his wits' end. Li Chenglong's guess was not only going on there. It was also going on in another place. In the Green Turing Palace, Fairy Yun Xiao, who had returned, gathered with the disciples of Jie School. The Grand Master of Heaven had already made all the preparations. At that instant, a cloud slowly descended from the sky. It was Zhu and Ti, who had come together. Is Senior Brother Tongtian here? The Grand Master of Heaven was puzzled. Why did the two of them come together? Are they trying to scare me? Could it be that they are here to fight? However, even if the two of you join forces, you can't do anything to me. Can't you be emboldened by numbers? What's the matter? The Grand Master of Heaven did not have a good expression. One of them spoke more than the other, but they were the same in their bones. The Grand Master of Heaven felt that he would definitely not be able to beat the two of them in terms of tricks. There's a great opportunity that I want to discuss with you, Senior Brother. What's the matter? Just say it. The Grand Master of Heaven became even more impolite. Fellow Taoist, are you leaving this world? Is everyone in Jie School fully prepared? Kundi's face was full of amiable smiles. What does it have to do with you? The Grand Master of Heaven was still not polite. Of course it has nothing to do with me. However, fellow Taoist, once you leave, you can only take the path ahead and turn back. May I ask if the karma here has been severed? You don't have to worry. It has naturally been severed. As the saying goes, the kindness of a drop of water should be repaid with a gushing spring. What are you trying to say? Hurry up and say it. You make it sound like I'm the only one who wants to leave. You just want to make more money before you leave. Otherwise, why would you come to me? Fellow Taoist, you are a discerning person. However, my suggestion is beneficial to the Western sect, but it is also beneficial to you. Since you and I are about to leave this world, why don't we arrange everything again? I don't have as many dirty thoughts as you. Tell me your true intentions. This place is still the ancestral land and our source. Although you and I are called saints, we are still connate life forms who grew up in the ancestral land. We always hope that this world can be better, and that our luck will not be lost. I think that the human race should be the ruler of this continent in the future. What do you think, brother? What do you want to do? Although the human body seems weak and the physical strength is the worst of all the races, the human body is born with the Tao body. It is the easiest to enter the Tao and cultivate. Take you and I as examples. Didn't we cultivate in the human body and walk in the world? Zhuo of the human race is young, but he has the appearance of a saint. Brother Tongtian, you know that. So what? It's just that the karma is over. If we leave now, we might miss the opportunity. That's also my business. Zhuo was tasked with collecting the descendants of the primordial gourd. I'm ashamed to say this. Back then, the mighty figures of the various heavens had a fortuitous encounter with the Hulugan, the primordial spiritual root of chaos, before the creation of this world, was divided among the various parties. The 7 gourds belong to the Tao ancestor, the Grand Supreme, the primordial beginning, the demon emperor Dijun, the empress Hua, Taoist Hongyan and Taoist Tongtian. Tongtian said sternly, "As far as I know, the reason why you didn't participate in the gourd competition was that you targeted the last 2 gourds that were not mature yet. You even set up mini killing moves on them. If Zhuo did not break your arrangement intentionally or unintentionally, the last black and white gourds would have been in your pockets." Kundi's face flashed with embarrassment, but he still smiled amiably. Supernatural powers are not as good as fate. No matter how we planned, we still made a wedding dress for others. It's time, luck and fate. However, Zhuo is indeed the son of fate. As far as I know, he has collected 7 gourds. There are still 2 gourds outside. The one in Emperor Nvua's palace is fine, but the last one is in the hands of the Taoist ancestor. I don't know when he can complete it. Tongtian looked at him with a mocking gaze. Kundi, you're actually targeting the Taoist ancestor? No. Brother Tongtian, you're too optimistic. This matter needs the cooperation of many parties to have a chance. Kundi still smiled. Since we're leaving, why don't we go together? Tongtian frowned. Do you mean? We have to add Emperor Nua? Not only that. If we can add the few people from the fire cloud cave, the success rate will be the highest, Kundi said. Tongtian calculated in his heart. Clearly, he was tempted by Kundi's words. Although the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors of the fire cloud cave did not have high combat power, each of them was a person of boundless merit. They were also the true ancestors of the human race. Did the fire cloud cave look for you first this time? Tongtian asked. No. Kundi said. I've looked for you previously, Jieyin said calmly. Kundi was stunned. Jieyin said. When I first returned, the 8 people of the fire cloud cave had visited together. They said that if things could not be done, please leave 10 million people for the human race. As long as the human race was not extinct and could still reproduce, they were willing to accept the teachings of the Western sect. However, from the looks of it, this agreement is just a precautionary measure. It's completely different from the current situation. That's reasonable. They have also looked for me. After leaving my place, they should have visited the palace of Empress Hua. The 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors of the Fire Cloud Cave did not participate in the battle of the heavenly tribulation. They hoped that they could use themselves as a bargaining chip in exchange for the survival of the human race. Therefore, they have placed bets on you, me, and Her Majesty, Emperor Nua. They have put in a lot of effort. As expected of the source of the human race, Zhuan was silent. A look of admiration flashed across Zhuan Ti's face. Since the ancient times, the human race has always existed. However, from the beginning, they were as insignificant as ants. They kept becoming stronger. Their luck was different, but it was not only because they were born with a Tao body that made it easy for them to enter the Tao and cultivate. Do you know the reason behind this? Jieyin also let out a long sigh and asked his junior brother. Why? Zhuan Ti asked. It's because, no matter what crisis the human race encountered, all the ancient experts of the human race did not attack or even appear. It was the human race that managed to get through it. The more they persevered, the harder their bones were, and the stronger they were. Each generation was stronger than the previous generation. Naturally, their foundation was rich. If not for that, how could the human race be as prosperous as it is now? On the other hand, the demon race, the Azura race, the spirit race, the Wu people, the dragon race, the phoenix race, and so on. Even the Western sect. Jie sighed softly. Every time a crisis comes, the people at the peak of the various races will always feel pity. Even the saints can't help but personally go down and try to salvage the decline of their race. This has also led to the fact that for countless years, no junior of the demon race can surpass Demon Emperor Jun and Donghuang Tai. The same situation happened to the Azura race of the demon race. The demon race only has one fiend ancestor, and the Azura race only has one patriarch Nether River. No matter how talented the descendants are, they can't reach the heights of the two of them. As for the dragon race, the phoenix race, and the Qilin race, their situation is even worse. Not only did they not improve, but even their peak experts were regressing. Even in the Western sect, after so many years, the burden on our shoulders has never been put down. Because in our opinion, there are some things that we have to do ourselves. Otherwise, the Western sect will suffer a great loss. This also leads to the fact that although the Western sect seems to have a lot of talents, none of them can really reach the level of the two of us. This is our mistake. But the human race is different. There is a huge difference between them. Even now, when the world is in danger, the ancestors of the human race still won't join the battle in person. They will only seek a way for the human race to reproduce and rise again in the dark, just like now. And for this way, they can even exchange their own immortal lives for the price. In exchange for a glimmer of hope that the human race can have a person who can turn the world upside down in the future. So the human race has no one to rely on, but there are still many powerhouses. It's the same this time. All the humans know that they have nothing to rely on. They can only rely on themselves. So they broke out. There is another race that is almost like the human race. They are the Wu people. For so many years, the Wu people, like the human race, have been striving to improve themselves. So, after the 12 Zhu Wu, the 12 great shamans were born again, and their providence was full again. If it weren't for the rescue of the ancestral sorcerer in the Demon Imperial Palace, I think that the current 12 great sorcerers would have transformed into new ancestral sorcerers, the 12 ancestral sorcerers. At that time, the Wu people will rise completely and become the new masters of the world. They will be invincible. It's a pity that the return of the 8 ancestral sorcerers destroyed the best opportunity for the sorcerer tribe to rise. Because the great shamans of the Wu people suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. They feel that they have someone to rely on. And once they breathe a sigh of relief, no matter how the situation changes in the future, they will never be able to breathe again. This is the biggest mistake of the Wu people. Jane sighed. Since you asked whether the fire cloud cave is looking for us, it means that you also see this point. Tongtian nodded slowly. That's right. So, in the future, the people who will unify the continent and become the masters of all living things will definitely be the human race. This is the trend of the world, and it is the will of the heavens. This is also the reason why the providence of this clear heavenly tribulation comes back and forth. The clear heavenly tribulation has long been destined to eliminate us and the other races. Only the races that constantly strive to improve themselves are qualified to become the masters of the world and the eternal protagonists. You know why the heavenly Tao gave us the chance to transcend and leave? It is to prevent us from using our supernatural powers to go against the heavens. And after we leave, this continent will have a lot of potential, and even more things that are beyond our imagination will happen. Do you agree with me, Tongtian? The prime of Tongtian took a deep breath and said, I agree. It was because he saw this future that Tongtian wanted to leave this world after helping Zhuo that time, and leave his cultivation behind. This was an investment in itself. Why did the people of the Fire Cloud Cave stay in the palace of Empress Hua for a long time? Because when the great world was destroyed, it was Her Majesty Empress Hua who mended the sky. Moreover, they could also persuade Her Majesty Empress Hua to come forward when the human race was about to be destroyed, hoping to preserve some seeds for the human race. They have indeed given up everything for the future of the human race. And we have also given up a lot for our respective sects and races for a long time. It can be said that we are on the same path, but return differently. Our methods are different, so the results are naturally different. Therefore, after finding a new foothold, we will do the same in the future. Even if there are things that the younger generation can't solve, even if the sect suffers a great loss because of this, we will not come forward. Jie Yin's words were full of sighs. This was also Tongtian's plan. However, the two of them looked at each other and smiled bitterly. Whether it was Zhuan Ti, who took care of everything personally, or Tongtian, who was super protective of his disciples, that it wasn't very likely that he would be able to wash his hands of this matter completely. What should they do when their disciples were in danger? Should they save them or not? Should they really not save them? This would be a problem that would never be solved. Since that's the case, since the human race still doesn't know the fate of their race, why not? Before we leave, form another good karma and help them? Leave a memento. Jie Yin smiled. What do you mean? You and I will go to Emperor Hua's palace together, and invite Emperor Hua and the others to go with us. Perhaps the people of the Fire Cloud Cave will be willing to follow us and take care of each other. I think whether they know or not that Swishaoduo is working hard to search for the Chaos Gourd, they will definitely be embarrassed to ask. However, you and I don't have to worry about that. We can just ask Emperor Hua for it. After leaving the starry sky of the ancestral land, the people of the Fire Cloud Cave and the others can go wherever they want. How about that? The Grand Master of Heaven narrowed his eyes and said, It's still the same question. What is your true intention? I just want to leave the Tao teachings behind before I leave. However, our Western sect doesn't have as much face as Taoist Brother Heavenspan. We don't even have any credibility. Jie Yin smiled bitterly. So, I'm here to ask you for a favor today. The Grand Master of Heaven sneered and said, I think you want to take away the cultivators of the Wu people and the demon race, but you're worried about the backlash in the future. You're afraid and hesitant. That's why you want to destroy their hope of becoming the ruler in the ancestral land, right? Kundi's expression did not change. He said, Do you want either the Magi or the demon race to dominate this continent? The Grand Master of Heaven laughed. Kundi was right. According to the relationship between the Jie school and the human race, he naturally did not want Swishaoduo's side to be defeated. Jie Yin and Kundi's trip was an open conspiracy. It was an open conspiracy that only the Magi and the demon race were not good. In other words, the Grand Master of Heaven's original intention was no longer important. Whether he agreed or not could not change the outcome of this matter. If the Grand Master of Heaven did not agree, the two saints would go to Emperor Hua and do the same thing. Then, they would go to Swishaoduo to repay the favor and then leave. However, in that case, the Grand Master of Heaven would be worried. The two of them came here today and talked to this point. The Grand Master of Heaven asked himself if he really had any better choice, because he could not let the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors of the Fire Cloud Cave follow the Western sect. In that case, he would leave as soon as he said so. The 3 big shots had already left the Aquamarine Palace in a flash. Soon, the 3 of them arrived in front of Emperor Hua's palace. Their trip was naturally very smooth. Her Majesty Empress Hua seemed to be waiting for their arrival. Before he even made a request, Emperor Hua took out her 10,000 demons gourd with a smile and handed it to the Grand Master of Heaven. Please send someone to send this over. I hope that it can end the karma of that day and fulfill the wish of the old gourd's family to reunite. Your Majesty seems to know that we're coming. Of course. What's your plan, Your Majesty? The clear heavenly tribulation is our only chance to escape the heavenly Tao. It will not come again. I believe Your Majesty has your own considerations, right? Of course there are considerations. Speaking of which, it's a pity. If we knew that we were going to wander the starry sky, we would be free. Why did we have to come back? Divine powers are indeed not as good as fate. No. If we don't come back, how would we know that freedom is right in front of us? Fate is on our side now. Haha, fellow Taoist, you're right. May I ask what your plan is, Your Majesty? When the time comes, I'll go on my own. I'll just travel with the fellow Taoists of the Fire Cloud Cave. Your Majesty, don't you want to consider traveling with the demons? Or with Jie School? Fellow Taoist, you must be joking. You and I are free this time, and going to the universe's starry sky is an opportunity to seek a longer great Tao. You and I each have our own Tao. If we travel together, wouldn't we have doubts and worry about our own understanding? Your Majesty is right. Although we're leaving, we have some thoughts. We want to leave our Tao teachings in the ancestral land. If Your Majesty has any thoughts, why don't you? I don't have to leave my Tao teachings. Emperor Hua smiled gently. I was going to leave a few days ago. However, because of this gourd, I knew that you would come to take it. That's why I delayed for a few days. Now that the karma is settled and our mortal ties are over, it's time for us to set off. Emperor Xianyuan and the others stood up with smiles on their faces. Obviously, they were all ready to leave the ancestral land. Everyone is carefree and farsighted. The human race is showing signs of rising now, and all of you have contributed greatly to it. However, the golden age is coming, the day when the human race dominates the ancestral land and becomes the protagonist of the universe is not far away. Wouldn't it be a pity if we leave just like this and don't witness it with our own eyes? Kundi said enviously. Fellow Taoist, you flatter us. For the human race, we're not important anymore if we stay. We're satisfied that we can see the human race prosper in this lifetime. If we stay, we'll just be shamelessly accepting the merit from incense offerings. Instead, we'll weaken the human race's destiny. Let's go. Our descendants will have their own blessings. From now on, we'll truly feel both physically and mentally happy and relaxed. Have a safe journey. Peace. Under the gazes of Tong Tian and the others, Emperor Hua and the 8 elders quietly traveled through the air with a few disciples and disappeared in an instant. Tong Tian looked in the direction in which they left. Zhuo Ran stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his expression bleak. Fellow Taoist? Next. You guys go. Tong Tian only felt unprecedentedly complicated. He turned and left directly. The fetters of the mortal world are deep. Why bother thinking about it? I won't wait any longer. I'll leave now. The two of you, from now on, there will be no more karmic consequences. Take care. Fellow Taoist, take care. We'll meet again in the future. Don't. I don't want to meet you again. Tong Tian left in a flash. In the starry sky, only Zhuoti and Jie Yin were left. Go. Zhuoti sighed and said, don't go too far. Okay. When you come back, we'll leave immediately. Okay. The two white clouds separated. One leisurely headed west, the other east. Zhuo Xiaoduo walked out of the conference room with a gloomy face, scratching the back of his head. These days, Zhuo Xiaoduo had been having meetings every day and studying here and there. Finally, he fell asleep in the conference room. At the moment he started snoring, Zhuo Chonglu slapped him. Get out! Zhuo Chonglu's face was full of anger. Yu Xingchen's face was full of envy, and his eyes were full of sadness. Previously, during the high-level meeting, only his son Yu Dongtian was snoring in the conference room. Then he slapped him out. Now, there was another person snoring in the conference room, but this person was not Yu Dongtian. Nan Zhengxian, Dongfang Zhunyang, Yin Zhonghu, and the others looked at Zhuo Xiaoduo, who was scratching his head and walking out dejectedly. Their eyes were full of reminiscence and sadness. Bai Yunhua's tears rolled down her cheeks. This scene was so familiar. Yin Zhonghu stared at Zhuo Xiaoduo's back in a daze. As if he saw his brother Yuer, he quietly lowered his head and wiped his eyes. He only felt endless bitterness in his heart. That brother Yuer, I miss you so much. How I wish you would push the blame to me again, and I would fight with you and argue with you again. It turns out that there is a day when a scapegoat can't get what you want. Zhuo Xiaoduo obediently rolled out. Zhuo Xiaoduo really couldn't be blamed for sleeping during the meeting. How could he be blamed for fighting between his upper and lower eyelids? Besides, when did he have anything to do with the meeting? From the beginning to the end, he just sat there and did nothing. Then at the end, when the task was assigned, he would ask, Zhuo, what are you doing? Why do you think I'm wasting a few hours of my time? Why didn't you just tell me when the meeting was over? Meetings are purely a waste of money and manpower. Zhuo Xiaoduo complained in his heart. Formalism. However, this sentence could not be said out loud. Bored to death, he went to the entrance of the military headquarters and sat on the steps to look at the female soldiers. His face was serious, and his eyes were rolling back and forth. He really didn't have any thoughts about these beauties, but this didn't stop him from admiring the beautiful scenery. No wonder there are so many female generals and soldiers in the military headquarters. Sure enough, walking around is a natural scenery. Just as he was thinking, he suddenly sat up straight, because a female general, who weighed more than 150 kilograms, walked over. Zuo instantly entered a cultivation posture and closed his eyes tightly. He couldn't afford to offend her. This female general had reached the peak of the Tao integration stage and was only one step away from the primordial chaos. It could be said that if she wanted to remodel her body, it wouldn't be difficult for her to become a 17 or 18-year-old beauty. However, she didn't have the slightest intention of doing so. It is said that this General Lu Mimi once rejected the pursuit of Nan Zhengqian's uncle Nan. Zuo broke out in a cold sweat for Nan Zhengqian. Uncle Nan, fortunately she rejected you back then. Otherwise, you would be now. I suddenly thought of a very strange question. Uncle Nan, your aesthetic standards when you were young. Ouch. Zuo shuddered, and a layer of goosebumps appeared all over his body. He scratched his head twice with his hands. At this moment, there was no alarm or abnormality. Zuo felt something and looked up. He saw a white-robed Taoist appear out of thin air at the door. He was tall and straight, and had a handsome face. He walked toward him calmly with a smile on his face. Duo Rulai, you are indeed charming and handsome. The white-robed Taoist was full of smiles and spoke softly. It was extremely pleasant to hear. Zuo instantly glared at him. Don't talk nonsense. Be careful, or I will sue you for slander, and let you know the sharpness of the law. Here I Zuo am the law. You have to watch your words. Take a day off tomorrow to organize my thoughts. He thought about how to start the war. I can't make up my mind. You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support. And don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.